Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC week number 67 even. Number 67. It's going to be back once again. Of course, I'm your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and my plushies as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is full of amazing players, and we are jumping into our first series of the evening. We're jumping into a PVT, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Mexican Terran player, the red Terran. It is Tortuga. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Again, it's great to be back once again. For those that are curious, welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is a weekly tournament that we host here on the CranKy Ducklings every single week. It is also funded by the community for the community as well. Exclamation mark Patreon if you want to help support this tournament. Likewise, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat as well if you want to help boost the prize pool for this specific event as well. So you can do so via Patreon, you can do so via Matcherino. Otherwise, let's settle on in. We'll go over the bracket after this series. For now, we have our PVT. And again, oh, before I forget, my apologies. Bappy, it's Gamba time. It is time to Gamba. Predictions are open. Place your bets in the chat if you guys want to, of course, put your channel points on the line for this series. In the early rounds, you know, it is some of these bigger pro players facing off against some of these smaller names instead. So it's going to be a little bit more of an uphill battle for Tortuga. I will say, again, Rebellion, he is, you know, a top player. He is, I would say, one of the best Koreans in the bracket at the moment, actually. We can have a look at the bracket later. I'll expand on that. But I do love casting some Rebellion. Likewise, Tortuga, he is more of an amateur player, does compete in some of our amateur tournaments. I'm referring to Sea Duckling Open or Master Swan Open. Shout out to Tortuga as well, because right now it is a god-awful time in Latin America. I have to call him a degen now. I have to... What time is it in Mexico? Hold on. Okay. I want to say 4 a.m. Let's check. Mexico time. I was close. 3:20 a.m. in the morning. Este Tortuga. shaking my head. So 3 a.m. in the morning. Again, we always champion, or I always praise whenever we get an NA player or a Latin American player, just because it's a pretty bad time to be competing. Same with watching as well. If you're out there, you're a passionate one, or you're on a degen sleep schedule, one or the other. I mean, both can still be passionate. So much love here to Tortuga. For now, is going for a double gas opener, double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. With this is going to what looks to be initially Hellion production. Meanwhile, the probe does slip in. That was not ideal, but the probe gets a full scan of the main base, gets a read of what's going on, confirms there are no fast add-ons yet. It is going to be the Stargate opener for Rebellion. This is going to be Stargate, I imagine, into Phoenix, could be into Oracle. We'll see which one Rebellion does decide to embrace. Likewise, back at home, he's setting up a very safe play here with the shield battery, with the overcharge, with the patrolling stalker as well. To have the adept across the map just to try to get some scan information. It is going to be shut down, but actually it's going to bring down the Hellion. Very nice pick of Hellion. It does fall. So nice pick up for Rebellion. Meanwhile, he shades into the mineral line. Oh, will delay the CC. Already some big damage being dealt, and across the map I assumed it was going to be an Oracle or a Phoenix, but no, Rebellion coming out of left field, going for the Void Ray. Now, thankfully, Tortuga does scout. He does confirm it is going to be a Void Ray initially. We can see, though, it's going to be Void Ray into Twilight Council, not into Skytoss or anything crazy like that, but still, the Void Ray start is an odd one. The reason why is because both Phoenixes and Oracles, as another SCV goes down, but Oracles and Phoenixes, the advantage that they have is their speed. They're able to get across the map, they're able to scout the opponents, able to get a read on what's going on from the side of the Terran player, harass mineral lines as well. Void Rays are that much less effective, and typically the role of the Void Ray in this matchup is more of a defensive unit. You can use them to cheese, of course, like proxy Void Ray, but if you make one back at home, it is just to be really safe and secure. Typically, in pro play, you only see a Void Ray if you scat an all-in. Like if you happen to be going for a Stargate opener already, you confirm there's like a one base all-in coming your way, then a Void Ray does make the most sense. Here, it's more of an oddity. I'll be honest. It's interesting here by Rebellion. As the Void Ray will get some damage across the map, gets one SCV. Back at home, Tortuga getting ready for his drop. Back at home, does deflect. He does finally finish up his CC. Did take some time. 2 more SCVs did go down. Drop is slipping into the main base. There's 1 Cyclone, there's 4 Marines, and damage can be done as it's slipping into the mineral line. Probes can't go down. Bearing in mind, these are vanilla Marines. No stim, no combat shields. Probes are gonna fall. At the same time, Void Ray once again does dip forward. Takes down a Marine. Forced to recall. It does force a recall into the main base. Void Ray can be targeted down. Oh, we're going for the pylon. Pylon falls. Void Ray as well. Barely save that medevac. Just barely, though, as it's going to fall to the Stalkers. And this is going to be a one-way trip. But honestly, this drop didn't do too poorly. It got a handful of probes, depowered all these gateways, got a Void Ray. It's not a bad trade. Will be cleaned up. And that is true. And Rebellion did get away with a third and does have a massive worker lead. So unfortunately, Tortuga needed more damage. Like, the drop itself, it was okay, but did desperately need more. Because of the earlier delays on the expansion, Tortuga, he is quite far behind here in the economy. He needs time to recover, to build up. He's going to tank a Banshee. Banshee production has begun. This can hit quite hard, but again, this has all been delayed just because of the early game. Well, the first Banshee has arrived. Cloak is done, and we are slipping into the natural, but oh, there is an Observer in position. Yeah, last already an Observer coming out. It is moving out with the main army, so because of that, damage can still be done. Quickly checking, there's only 1 Observer on the map, so it's just the one. Getting eyes on the Tuna. Beautiful. Banshee does hit the natural, but there's a shield battery. And there is a shield battery. Comply time. Second Observer is being chronoed out. First one does not turn back. And the Banshee slips into the main, denying a lot of mining time. Again, not bad, considering the Banshee should survive. Gets a lot of damage. Second Banshee towards the natural. The first one hasn't gotten a probe yet and will be cleaned up. And the Banshee does now fall. And the concerning thing here is that once this second Banshee gets found and goes down, there's nothing really keeping Rebellion pinned back at home. Like, he is fully saturated on 3 bases, he has a gateway explosion getting into +1, into blink, charge is done as well. What I'm saying is, now Rebellion can focus on warpins. He's been skipping warpins for quite some time. Now he can focus on them, build up an army, and move that across the map. Tortuga back at home, I mean, he does have a force of his own. The Observer does confirm this. Does have a decent army here now with Stim finishing up and all those upgrades. The Bio army can hold its own. The question becomes, is Tortuga going to be the first to move out? Does he commit to an all-in? I don't see a third CC. Pappy, do we pull the boys? As the army moves out, the Observer does confirm. And Rebellion, he's coming in for a drop into the main for a warp in. He's looking to force the all-in. 8 probe kills, which is why I would not be opposed to pulling the boys here, but especially since there are no Colossus, there's no splash damage, just Zealots. Tortuga, he has potential. Prison does slip into the main. And if Rebellion spends a warp in, okay, he's warping in back at home. There is an Archon as well. That's a lot of Zealots, that's a lot of charge, thus Pappy. And there's just not enough of a buffer. Widowmines that will burrow. 1 Widowmine shot goes off, the other will as well, but there's just not enough fire. None of Marines, none of Marauders. Likewise, tanks were caught unsieged. And thankfully for Tortuga, the warp-in didn't quite go off. If Rebellion had warped in across the map, then maybe Tortuga could have had enough to have broken through this. There would have been significantly less Zealots to defend, and we would have been lacking that Archon. But last, the Observer saw everything. If you recall, the Observer did spot the move out, so Rebellion, he was fully prepared for it. Was ready for it, and now there's nothing left. Now we have a third CC on the way on location. It's an ambitious third map, very ambitious. But I don't see this finishing up, and I don't see us defending either. There's 1 Widowmine, there's 0 tanks, no ghosts. There's no real secure way to deal with this amount of Zealots without SimCity. And the natural is wide open. Ooh, Widowmine shot gets wasted, no! Widowmine shot goes off. And with that Rebellion, he will break the natural, bust into the main. And Tortuga, he's got his final stand here at the ramp. He's going to try and do whatever damage he can with what little is left. But the Warpins, they continue. GG gets called, and Rebellion will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Rebellion will take the first game, as he does. A shout out to Infestor in the chat. Thank you so much, God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. Welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We just started the tournament. This is a weekly open tournament, open to all regions, open to all shapes, open to all sizes as well. And the bracket is live. The bracket, you can check it out over in the chat. For now, we're focusing on our first series. We're jumping into game number 2. This is a fresh best of 3. I mean, we just wrapped up game 1, and I'm curious where game 2 is going to take place. I'm curious. Also, before I forget, do you want to give a shout out to Baby Links as well? Before the, or I should say during the countdown timer scene, did resubscribe for 20 months, almost 2 years, almost 2 years of support. Gracias, papi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support as we are setting up for our next game. I should also fix up the out of game race logos. Bam, there we go. Is fixed up. Garden Gaming had a good stream. Oh, Garden Gaming, like Stardew Valley. Hope you had a good time. Oh, it's Senju. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. But I hope your garden is flourishing and you are able to harvest well. Oh, I see. Play out your outside stream? Crazy. Be careful out there. There's animals outside. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, and we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Clan NWC. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Mexican Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Tortuga. La Tortuga, pa. Let's go. And again, Rebellion is coming in as the heavy favorites, but a shout out to Tortuga for competing here tonight, for staying up deep late into the night as well. I mentioned before that it is, 3 a.m. in Mexico. Still out here, still competing. You love to see it. Now, if you recall, in the last game, Tortuga did open up double gas. It was a double gas opener, and once again, double gas from the Terran player. This will mean that we have a faster factory, a more delayed CC, and of course, Rebellion does confirm. As a result, we should be seeing a bit of a safer start from Rebellion. If you recall, last game, we saw a safety shield battery. We had a safety stalker patrolling back at home. And we'll see if Tortuga has a bit of a different build up his sleeve. Last game did try to incorporate some Cloak Banshees, and they were getting some damage done. Same with the drop as well. Like, they weren't yeah, they were able to get some damage, of course. Unfortunately, you know, his move out was scouted. His CC was delayed, if you recall. It was a rocky start with the CC being heavily delayed. I believe the building SCV was killed twice. And then another 2 SCVs went down as well to a Depterass. But I'm hoping that Tortuga can secure himself. For now, there's that factory. Factory gets placed, Rebellion back at home, getting to his own setup. Gate into Cybercore. As the probe once again, does not get into the main. It's being such a nuisance though. Oh my god, oh, does he get it? He does! Rebellion. Who am I thinking of? Not Farmy. Stephen Curry, is that you? Stephen Curry is another Korean Protoss player who is known for his probe harass and is very devastating with his probe. Rebellion doing his best Stephen Curry impression. Does get an SCV, will get out of there. Reaper is hunting for the probe, but alas, will not find it. The Adept has arrived, and we have the CC on location once again. This time, though, can Tortuga keep it alive? I'm not so sure. Oh no, the Reaper goes down. Reaper goes down, SCV as well, and just like the previous game, the CC is going to be delayed. Would you have additional Reaper production? Interesting. Okay, so the opener is different this time for Tortuga. Would you have the reactor on the racks, reactoring out as many Reapers as possible, Hellion as well. Now, this opener can do a lot of damage. The point of this opener, the ideal, is you mass up your Reaper Hellion, you avoid the scouts, so you keep your opponent in the dark. You get across the map and you get into a mineral line. But Rebellion, he just scouted with that Adept. He's aware of the Adept Hellion, sorry, of the Reaper Hellion, and Rebellion should be walling up. He should be creating SimCity here and getting ready for what comes next for the army. Rebellion does hack in, gets another delay on the CC. SV goes out for the second time. Tortuga, ooh, for a moment he did pull back home. He thought about it. The wall is open, and can he get into the mineral line? Oh, no shield battery either. Uh-oh. Without a shield battery, we could try to go for the Stalker. Instead, going for the probes. Tortuga does dive in. SimCity working against him, but the probes are going to be trapped, and workers are going to go down. Massive Hellion volleys. And how many more can we get? We get 3 so far. Just the 3. So many of these probes are so low. One more volley would have been enough. But last, only 3 probes. And the problem here is that Tortuga lost 3 workers as well. He lost 3 SCVs to the Adept, and the CC is still not done. Oh. So Tortuga once again just having a rocky start to the game, moving out with a Cyclone drop. But Rebellion, he just doesn't stop, doesn't slow down, rallying everything across the map. And with this Stalker army, Rebellion, he could force a cancel. Yeah. he can and he will. He will force a cancel. Oh, CC has to be rebuilt on the high ground instead. A brutal position for Tortuga. Across the map, going for the drop. I mean, Stalkers are out of position. They might be forced to recall back home. Speaking of, this time it was a Twilight counter opener of the Stargate. The Cyclones, they will get in. And probes are going down. Not bad. Not a bad amount of damage. Rebellion does not recall. Uh-oh. But he might have to. There's a tank on the high ground. There is a tank. 6 probe kills so far. Oh, the juggling. Oh no. But Blink is done, and it looks like the Medivacs and the Cyclones are going to be targeted down. Nice clean up here by Rebellion. And now he can focus across the map. Picking up that final Cyclone. Speaking of Rebellion, he does spot the tanks. There are 2 of them. The Observer sees all, confirms the tech lab on the starport. Tortuga, he sees the Observer. Up, he wants it. He sees. The Marines are trying to chase it down, but Rebellion, he knows. And he does get away. Does escape the Marines. And as a result, as things do settle from here, Rebellion, he may have lost 6 workers, but he's on triple Nexus. He's rebuilding, he's remaxing. He didn't throw away his Stalkers thanks to the Observer. He knew there was a tank on the high ground, so it didn't overextend. And we'll see where Rebellion can go from here. Oh. As Tortuga finally can expand. Oh, going for the Observer, and he won't be able to get it. It's an unfortunate scan here for the Terran. It happens. I mean, I think it was last week, Beyond versus Nightmare, where Beyond, he scanned like 3 times for Nightmare's Observer and he didn't get it. Like, it happens, Matthew, it happens. Even to Beyond. And behind this, Rebellion's just chilling. He's just containing his opponent. I would not be opposed, especially because of how delayed the natural is, I would not be opposed to pulling the boys. I would not be opposed to just going into a 2-base all-in from here. Tortuga, he does feign aggression, moves out for a moment. Rebellion has his Onaga, trying to get eyes on the move out. If Tortuga were to pull the boys, then the Observer will confirm. Rebellion will have to back off. Behind this, Rebellion building up. The storm is almost done. There is a small window. It's not large enough. Not like this. Storm is done in 5 seconds, just in time for this move out. Tortuga rotating around, trying to find another way in. does avoid the main ramp. But now there's High Templar, and now there's 2 storms, and they're coming in! The storms! Massive storms, and just like the Bio Army, it's shattered. Not enough HP, not enough Marines, tanks are going down, and Rebellion will just shut this down. He will clean up the army, and there's nothing left. Nothing left. The storm was brutal. Took the storm to the face. And now Rebellion can snowball from here. There's not much to stop him. There's a 3rd CC on the way. It's almost halfway done. If given time, Tortuga can expand and take a 3rd. But after that fight, Rebellion, the only thing really keeping him back is his lack of High Templar. He just warped them in. They're still gathering energy. There's no storm available yet. But Rebellion should still be feeling quite confident. Yeah, and he's moving out. Is moving out from here. Tortuga behind this going for a drop. Whatever he can do, Papi. Whatever he can do. Slipping in. Getting into the mineral line. And he should force a defensive warp in. Yeah, there we go. A couple of Stalkers are forced to warp in back at home. Drop going into the main. Another warp in. But last, the main army is undeterred. Likewise, the Observer does see everything out the turret. Observer finally goes down. Let's go. Observer goes down. Tortuga rebuilding, remaxing. He's got 1 Widowmine behind this. He does have some decent SimCity, better than last game. True, I will say that. Is better than the previous game, but alas, here come the storms. And now they're ready. Once again, a massive storm in the Bio Army, and there's 2 more storms left. There's a second, and where's the final one? Not going to be sent in the mineral line. There it is, the final storm. SCVs are going down. We got a Mine Shot going off. GG gets called, and Rebellion will take the series 2-0. We'll advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Rebellion. Again, he came in as the heavy favorite. Rebellion, he is a semi-pro from Korea. He is GM, of course, so he's coming in to even make a deeper run in the tournament. But a shout out to Tortuga. Again, I always champion some of these more amateur players competing in these open cups. Tortuga, he is I saw some people asking, he's a diamond player. He is diamond. And Tortuga, he's even staying up until, what, almost 4 a.m. in the morning to compete in this. So much love to Tortuga. Much love. He does, yeah, he's in the chat. Yeah, Papi, ga. Even in the chat as well. So big shout out to Tortuga. We'll see you next time, Papi. Best of luck, best of luck. I hope to see you in future SDOs and see Duckling Opens. Regardless, get some rest. It's almost 4 a.m, Papi. Get some sleep. GG, well played. And congratulations to Rebellion, who will advance on into the quarterfinals, and now we can focus on our next series and on the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket has been progressing, and we do have some interesting signups as well. Okay, from the top, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Actually, what am I doing? Let's zoom in a little. There we go. Let's zoom in a little bit here. We have our first round wrapping up. We have Kogota. Dobro Kogota? Not too sure. But does take down Lochka 2-0. Now up against Cristiano in the round of 16. We have Azura versus Quantel in a PvP. I'm very excited to see Quantel once again. Oh. Very excited to see him. Quantel, for those who do not know, for those who are maybe newer to the scene, Quantel is an Indonesian Protoss player. He was the best player in Indonesia. Is actually quite good, actually quite strong, especially back in his heyday, you know, many years ago. He was a lot more active in the early COVID era of StarCraft. I'm referring to 2020, 2021, and even before that, 2019, 2018, 2017. He was a lot more active. So he retired. I mean, we assumed he retired. He kind of stopped competing for a couple of years. It's been a good amount of years since he has regularly competed, so it's great to see him here once again, and I wish him the best of luck against Azura. I don't know the form that Quantel is in. Quantel peak form I would favor against Azura, but nowadays I'm not too certain of his state of play. And then we can go over the rest of the bracket later, because we have a series. Vetoes are done, and we're jumping in. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the red Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes from Belarus. It is Nikic. And And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as a player, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat with your predictions, with your Gamba. This time, it's going to be a lot closer here. Rebellion and Nikic, of course, they are far closer in skill than the previous round, and I think I would give the edge slightly to Nikic. In saying that, though, this could still go either way. I can very much so see this going to the ace match. We'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this. We'll see how Rebellion and Nikic do respond to each other. Nikic in general is a very aggressive player. He's very aggressive, he's very mid-game oriented as well. We've seen time and time again some big 2 to 3 base all-ins out of Nikic, just a very active style as well. A lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to cast. We'll see if that trend continues. Likewise, Rebellion in PvZ also thrives in the mid-game as well. I'm referring to initial Twilight Council Glaive Adept builds. I'm referring to even Stargate into a third base, into Glaives behind it, or into a Charge Archon Immortal base timing instead. Just a lot of aggression, a lot of move outs here in the mid-game is what we expect from Rebellion. Not too heavily late-game oriented. So we'll see. See how they do compare to each other. And we'll go over the rest of the bracket later. There's a lot going on. But you did catch a glimpse of it, and something that I mentioned before is that we are missing some of our regulars. Over the past month of play, we've had players like Shin, players like Trigger, players like Byun, and players like Trap as well come in and take these tournaments and even compete against each other. Some of these larger kind of titans from the Korean scene. And I'm going to lump Trigger in there because Trigger is in Korea as well. But not this week. This week they are absent. This week there is no Byun, or Shin, or Trap, or Nightmare, or Trigger. They've kind of been the players that have been dominating the past month of Sparkling Tuna Cup. This month they are not here, which means Chris Tunanen. Which means the Tuna could reprise his role. It could go back to Sparkling Protoss Cup. We could be back there. It's possible. I say that even Geralt is missing this week. So the tournament is a little bit more up for grabs. In general, I would favor Cristiano amongst all others. You know, he has won the most amount of Sparkling Tuna Cups in the history of STC. So we'll see if anyone can bring him down. Until then, though, we're focusing on this matchup here. On this PvZ. Adept does threaten a shade. Behind this Rebellion opening up Stargate into Oracle. So far, everything looks standard, everything looks normal. Rebellion should be working towards his third base and additional Oracles to maintain it. Likewise, Nikic is droning. Droning up, taking a third as well. Saturating his bases, building up his queen count. Soon to be 2 queens in the main. Soon to be 3 queens here at the natural. Plenty of anti-air, and this is what we expected. I mentioned earlier that typically Rebellion, he kind of thrives, and he thrives in the mid-game with aggression. It may have been a Stargate opener into Oracle, but clearly he plans not to macro. That is a Twilight Council into additional gateways before the third. Now he will still take a third base, but this should be Glaives. This should be Glaive Adepts before the third, and meanwhile Legs do come in. Nice delay here by Nikic. Up. Getting on top, at least trying to get on top of the Adept. Nice hold position micro. The probe does force some inefficiencies there. Oracle comes back. The Adept does survive. And there are the Glaives that we did mention. So this is not an all-in. I should emphasize that as well. We should be warping in Adepts back at home. There's no Robo with this. There's no Warp Prism. There's no way to reinforce across the map. We're going to be warping in just a handful of, I say a handful, like 3 waves of Adepts and then moving out across the map. And if Nikic drones, if he skips his Roach Warren, if he skips his Bailey Nest, and if he doesn't have enough Lings and Queens to defend, then these Adepts can catch Nikic with his pants down. That is the goal, that is the purpose here. Nikic is thankfully getting a safety Bailey Nest, so he will have the tools to defend, but it comes down to the reaction time, it comes down to how early on he is able to scout and respond to this. Because the Adepts, they're about to move out, we're waiting for another 1 or 2 warp-ins. Oracle moving out. Lings, they do spot the Adepts, at least the initial 4, which is no big deal. Oh my god, massive stasis in the third. Stasis does go off, 6 drones do get caught and a queen, and here come the Adepts. It's going to be 12 Adepts in total. That's a lot of Adepts. Bailey Nest is about to finish up, and the army is spotted. The army is spotted. Nikish, he has to preserve those lings. He needs to morph in those banelings. And there it is, 3 banelings on the way. Is that going to be enough? It's going to be a 4th baneling as well. Rebellion could try to focus him down. Just shade in. Will delay mining. Forces back the workers. Banelings are about to finish up. And they will finish them. Will chase down the shade. And the say, do not commit. So far, so good. Nikic, he's holding. Is prepared. And he's coming in for the surround. Nice splits here, though, from Rebellion. Banelings, some of them do connect. Some decent connections. But he will shade away. He will escape. I get a nice last-second split. Nikic massing up more lings, trying to chase down the Adepts. Trying to punish his opponent. And Rebellion, he's racing back and he's macroing up. Remember, as we mentioned, this was not an all-in out of Rebellion, but it was designed to trade well and to deal some economic damage. I mean, it forced out a lot of lings. Ooh. And remember, most of these lings and banelings could have been drones. They could have been workers, so this did force a reaction. Because of that, if you look at the worker counts, we're even. 60 drones against 60 probes. So the Zerclair or Nikic doesn't have the worker lead that he otherwise would have liked. Behind this, getting into Hydras. Again, he skipped his Roach Warren, so it's going to be Lingbane Hydra. Initially out of Nikic, this can seamlessly transition into Hive Tech, into Lurker Tech as well. I'm sure Rebellion is aware, especially because of all the Lings and Banelings. Hydras would be one of the only things that would make sense. I say one of the only things, it technically could also be Mutaplay, could be Aspire. So Rebellion might have that in the back of his mind. But for the most part, like a standard game would kind of lead into Hydras. As Nikic will hit the 4th. Does come in for a full surround. Yeah, the base taking a lot of damage. It looks like we will force a cancel. Ooh. Just barely does. A very nice pickoff. So good use of these lings. Nikic was forced to make them earlier, and now he's able to at least deal some economic damage. Doesn't kill any workers, but does delay the 4th. Meanwhile, those Zebs from earlier, they're still alive, they're still kicking, and they're shading into the natural. And they do commit. Yeah, drones are now going down. Lings will clean this up. Oh, and Rebellion does not get behind the mineral line. Nice cleanup here by Nikic. Only losing 2 drones. Very clean cleanup. Clean? Very nice cleanup. And with that, Nikic has gained map control. Behind this, Rebellion needs time. He is not ready for this. Storm is on the way, but it's still not ready. Nikic is moving out. Rebellion's in position to defend his 4th. Not at the 3rd. And Nikic does slip in. Takes down the Stalker. Threat is a natural. Cannon is done. Soldier shield battery. Oh. Oh. Is it? No. No! And now is not the time to be lagging out Nikic. Oh, unfortunately. Okay. Just having some latency issues, but it looks like he is back. Has to make sure that everything is okay, though. Making sure no one is downloading anything in the background. Close Steam. Alright. We're jumping back in. And Nikic will back off. Does retreat for now. Overcharge gets popped. Does slip back in. At the same time, Nikic trying to hit the 4th, but there are cannons and shield batteries. Yeah, the Lings do nothing. Rebellion can focus on the main army. Storm is done. Storm is complete. It's revealed. There's 1 Storm left in the chamber. And the Hydras, they will have to retreat. Instead, going to be rotating towards the 4th base. I mean, Hydras can trade a little bit better against the stack defense. But Rebellion does keep up with the rotation. Ooh, and the Storm does connect. Nikic backing up. Adept counterattack getting to the mineral line. Nice target firing here at Rebellion. Getting 3 drones, getting 4 drones. 4 workers go down, and Nikic's entire army does turn back around. And now he's teching. Hive just started. Lurker Dead is on the way. Nikic shooting up to 82. And we're headed towards Hydra Lurker Viper. Rebellion, though, has survived. He survived and he didn't really lose any workers. He's still on a healthy 79 and soon to be 80 probe count. So Rebellion, his economy is solid, his army as well now that he has Storm. What I will say though is that he's pretty heavily reliant on Storm, and this army is not ideal against Lurkers. Against Lingbane Hydra, it can work. Against Lurkers, less so. That's where you need more Immortals, Disruptors, Sky Toss. Either or. And I'm sure Rebellion is aware. Like, he hasn't scouted the tech, but seeing all the Hydras earlier, he should know that Lurker tech is on the horizon. And what's his answer? Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon. Could have thrown down 2 more Robos and committed into Immortal production, but instead, gonna rush into Sky Toss. Lings, they do threaten to die, but the Lings are melting! The Lings go down. The Hydras do survive. Nikish backing off. Baneling run by towards the natural, towards the third. And can the Banelings make it in? Looks like they will. A late reaction and probes. Oh! Oh my god. Could have been so much worse. That could have been so much worse. 2 workers go down. Somehow, some way. Rebellion does defend. And until the lurker count hits critical mass, Rebellion can push in, but now it's too late. Now that is 8 lurkers on the way, in addition to the 5 that we already have. Yeah, 13 lurkers is insane. Lurker range about to finish up as well. Rebellion, he cannot push into this. Not anymore. That's a lot of lurkers back. Like, storms are good, but they're not that good. Lurkers, they do burrow. We have Rebellion, has to retreat. Has to back off. Mothership is on the way. There's the second Stargate. But this second Stargate does feel late. It feels delayed. Oof. Yeah, Lurkers, they take down the High Templar, take down an Archon. Nice storms on the Hydras. But Rebellion, he just has to stay out of range of the Lurkers. Has to back off, getting into Tempest production. Okay. Headed into Tempest, not Carrier. Getting back into Immortals as well. Nikish getting ready for a Lingbane run-by. Pull away for now. The wall's on the wall! Hero! The wall is wide open. Ooh, the shield battery goes down. It looks like there is the defensive warp in. And Rebellion will hold. As long as the Zealots come into play. Yeah, nicely done here by Nikish. He gets on top of the Stalkers. Zealots, they were left idle. Rebellion trying to push forward. Again, running into the wall Lurkers. Rebellion cannot break through. Has to back up. Tempest production has begun. And from this point in Rebellion, he just has to turtle. I mean, he wants to be active. He wants to apply pressure and threaten creep and threaten bases, but it is so risky to try to do this. So risky against so many Lurkers. Especially with Vipers arriving. Vipers are gathering up energy. Once they're done, they can yoink those Immortals. The Archons, the Mothership. Likewise, Spire is done. Greater Spire's on the way. The Zealot run-by is scouted. Nikish is getting ready, has a Wall of Spines prepared. And Rebellion is maxed out, and unfortunately he has a subpar army. He's at 200 supply, that is true, but the soup does lie. It's mainly Stalker. It's mainly Stalkers for Rebellion. And ideally want to get rid of those and get into Disruptors, Colossus, or again just more Tempest Carrier, just more Sky Toss. It's difficult though because it's not easy throwing away Stalkers. Like, they're quite expensive, and it does take a while to replace them, especially because Sky Toss takes so long to rebuild. Or just build in general. Yeah, here we go. You can see Rebellion, he wants to throw these away. Thus, they crash into Ling Bane. Stalkers, they run into Ling Hydra. And the scary thing here is that Rebellion doesn't want to lose too much too quickly. Otherwise, his main army is going to be vulnerable. He wants to slowly bleed out these Stalkers. Oh. And hopefully Nikish is okay with his internet. I don't know if you saw, but there was a bit of a stutter there. So fingers crossed for Nikish. Fingers crossed. Still no wall, by the way. Still no wall. Oh, going for the Cyber Core though. Denying +1. Almost. Overcharge does retarget. Hydra's coming in, going for the Tempest. Up. Tempest survives. Just barely. There's a third Stargate on the way. Tectonic Destabilizers, +1 range. Another expansion being taken. Now it's going to be on Nikish to make sure this base does not get up and running. Once again, Rebellion wants to trade out these Stalkers. Moving out. Yeah, blinking past. and will force Nikic back. At the same time, Rebellion sending out a Zealot Runway towards top left will deny an expansion. Some okay trades with the Stalkers. But Nikic, he's pushing in. He's hunting for the Mothership, hunting for the Tempest. The base is, I believe, killed. Yeah, kill, not cancel. Massive pickup. And now we're embracing the late game. And I don't know who I favor here. Again, like, I think I still favor Nikic. Like, Rebellion has still been stumbling his way into the late game. Like, this is still not the ideal army. He's still not quite there. Meanwhile, Nikic, he's got Corruptor, Broodlord, Viper, Lurker, Infestor. He's got a bit of everything. But it comes down to the execution. Like, how well can Nikic control this army? That is the question. You could make an argument that there's too many Lurkers, but because of how ground heavy Rebellion's army is, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Lurker is going for the gold. Rebellion, his main army here on the right-hand side, out of position. Mineral line is going to go down. 3 probes for now. Let's force Rebellion to respond. Rebellion will clean this up. At the same time, here comes the Sky Zerg. Here come the Corruptors. And you can see Nikic looking for an opening. Oh! Gets an Oracle. Broodlords with the move command. Broodlord going down to a cannon. Not ideal. The gold base did fall. Ooh, and the Lurkers are getting caught out. This won't be the best trade for Nikic. We'll take down an Immortal. Oh, almost High Templar. Gets an Immortal. Lurkers coming in from behind. And Corruptors once again going for a dive. They want the Tempest. He wants them. He wants them other and whatever he can get. And goes to the Parabomb. And he does come in with a yoink. Gets 1, gets 2. Gets almost 3. Oh, barely gets it at the end. 3 Tempest kills. Not bad. 3 Tempest and an expansion. From here, Nikic is remaxing. He's done with Lurkers. He's going purely Broodlord, Corruptor, I imagine Infestor. That was an expensive loss for Nikic, losing all those Lurkers. I will say that. It wasn't the best trade for the Lurkers, but at least he caught some Tempest. And Rebellion doesn't have the largest gas bank. He has a lot of minerals. Don't get me wrong. That is 7,000 minerals. He could do with some Zealot run-bys to just spend those minerals in some way. But there is no gas, and the gas geyser is being denied. No gas is here either. And without gas, there's no Sky Toss. Yeah, really, he's out of gas. Like 100 gas left in the bank. Viper coming in. Oh, doesn't quite get the abduction. Nice storms. Again, even if the Zealots trade poorly against the Ling Bane, I think it's still worth it here for Rebellion just to send wave after wave of Zealots. The other thing, of course, is stack defense. Cannons and shield batteries, they have to be rebuilt. That's typically another way that Protoss players kind of spend their minerals. Just massive lines of cannons and shield batteries. And we are lacking that now here at the gold. Rebellion is going for another Zealot run by. Broodlord cannon is getting higher. Stack defense is still not rebuilt. I am getting concerned. And here come the Broods. That is how many? It's going to be 9 Broodlords. We have a handful of Lurkers. Spores are slowly pushing forward. And I'm not sure if we can save the space. Rebellion forced overcharge. Again, a little bit premature, but it's because he only has 1 shield battery. Corruptors air extend for a moment. Lurkers pushing towards the left-hand side, getting on top of the cannons. Yeah, and Rebellion's just getting pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. Not with this kind of army. No detection. The Lunkers. They're breaking through. Lunkers are breaking through. I just noticed that Rebellion has been kind of diversifying his army with Void Rays. Interesting choice. You don't see that too often. Void Rays are very prone to clumping and stacking. So Parasitic Bombs, they can just annihilate Void Rays. There we go, Rebellion pushing right through the center. He does avoid the Broodlords. Yeah, Broodlords out of position. Massive power bomb here on the Void Rays. No, where are the splits? Up! Up! The shields are stripped. One more power bomb would be enough. Broodlords trying to respond. I do like this from Rebellion, just kind of forcing Nikic into an awkward position. Away from the spores. Rebellion making use of his just mobility. But Nikic is pulling everything together. Faster's lagging behind. Rebellion once again rotating. But this is something that Rebellion was lacking earlier just because it was pinned back at home. Still lacking some static defense. Just saying, but okay. He's making moves happen. Here come the yoinks. Oh. Does attempt to. Broodlords are exposed. A massive storm shield on the Corruptors. Powerbomb goes up. Once again, no splits. Powerbomb bungle as well. But the Broodlords are all going down. A better trade. The Void Rays are so low. Again, one more powerbomb would be enough. But Rebellion, he's breaking through the front line. He is zoning away the Corruptors. No Viper, no powerbomb. And it looks like Rebellion, he can win the game with this push. He can send it. Send it back. Zones away the Corruptors, breaks through the army. Gets us up the expansion. And he can just keep going from here. Are there any Vipers left? 0 Vipers, 0 Infestors, 0 Spellcasters for Nikic. Only Corruptor and Lurker. Corruptor Lurker is all he has, and that's not good enough. And this may just be too much. And Rebellion looks like he has done it. I say that Nikic, he's getting ready for one final attack. Maidens rolling in. The Storms! High Templar go down. No more Storms. There's maybe one Storm left. Those are massive Baneling connections. Now there's Graptos. Now there's plenty of Stalkers. Corruptors, they do nothing. Rebellion making its way to the natural. Lurkers coming in. Is there detection? Uh-oh. There is. Our observers. Mothership goes down. Nikic barely holding on. Nice kiting here with the Tempest. Ooh, bold blink. Oh my god. Leading out some Stalkers. Again, bearing in mind, Rebellion doesn't have a bank. Neither does Nikic. Nikic, he's out of minerals and gas. And here come the Zealot Rombis. They're coming in. Rebellion, he has Zealots for days. Ooh, leading out of Tempest, an expensive loss here for Rebellion. Zealots are running into wolves stack defense. Spine Crawlers. A bold blink here from Rebellion. Gets 2 Broodlords. Another expansion's going down. Ling reinforcements will defend. Hydra's racing back as well. Now it's time. It's Nikic's turn to push into the natural, to send it. We're going for the base trade. Oh, does he turn back or does he commit? Where are we going? He recalls. Okay, going for the Hydras. I do like this. The Hydras, they're quite expensive. They're vulnerable. That's a lot of Hydras going down. Oof. This is what Nikic remaxed on with Hydra, and he bleeds out most of them. Nikic going for the fresh mining bases towards the north. Rebellion pushing in. The Broodlords and Lurkers are out of position. Bear that in mind. They're not at home to defend. Rebellion is backing up energy here for Storms. Here come the Corruptors. Army's out of position. One Tempest. One Tempest goes down. Gets a second. Up. Gets a third. Third Tempest, not the worst trade here, but I mean, it's so scrappy here for both players. Every unit matters so much. Down to 3 Tempest in the sky. 4 Tempest even. Oh, what's detection? No! No Observer! Oh my god. Massive Lurker shots. Oh my god, the Lurkers once again popping up. The Observer was late. Zealots coming in from behind, coming in for a surround, and no more storms. And it looks like Nikish barely has enough. Again, that was just a brutal start to the fight. Down to 4 Tempest. That's all that's left. And the Hydras, they stutter step in. Oh, they don't quite actually get on top of this though. Oh my god. Where's the anti-air? No Corruptors. Only Hydra. Rebellion, he can still pull this off. As unlikely as it looks. I mean, both players, they don't have a bank. Nikish has top left. Rebellion has bottom right. Nikish is actually mining from an expansion though with a high yield gas geyser. As Tempest once again, they go for the Broodlords. The Zealots do overextend. And Rebellion has to back off. Does have to pull away. Observers overextend as well. Oh, Nikish barely not quite getting a unit. Only the Zealots. Yeah, we're positioning with the Observers. So we have, what, 1 1/4 base against 1.5 bases? Maybe just barely 2 base economy for Nikish? Nah, 1.5. Yeah. Both players are hurting. And Rebellion, he has to save the space. He can't lose it. Lings get in. Hydra starts to step forward. No sag defense. Out of the warp, it does complete. 15 probe kills. Oh my god, the Cracklings, they pop up. 20 probe kills. 23, 24. Again, no cannons, no shield batteries. Lings, they just have their way with the mineral line. At the same time, Zealot's coming in, but alas, there are Lings to defend. Oh, and they don't quite get into the mineral line either. Rebellion, he hasn't scattered. Oh, he doesn't know. Hasn't seen the expansion. Rebellion at the same time going towards the gold. Not the most important base, there's only 1 patch left. But he's going for the Broods, gets 1 more, gets a Corruptor as well. Tempest have to calm down. Void Ray falls for a Corruptor. Hydra starts stepping forward, they're on creep! Up, they're on creep, Abby. They get a Tempest, they get 1. There's 4 left, there's 3 left. Yeah, Rebellion with a massive overextension. Bleeding out 2 more Tempest. Down to 3. And still no mining. Yeah, that's the nail in the coffin. And no economy. GG gets called. And Nikish takes game at number 1. Whew. GG. GG. Well played. Congratulations. Nikish takes a lead. That was early game 1. Wild, Papi. Wild. Early game 1, and honestly this could have gone either way. Honestly, I'm brought back to the moment where, if you remember, Rebellion was fighting towards the south and he pushed into Lurkers without detection. He lost, I want to say, like 3 or 4 High Templar, he lost an Immortal, he lost an Archon, he lost so much there in a very crucial kind of game state without detection. I think that was one of the pivotal moments. I mean, there was a lot going on as well. There was a lot of moments where Nikish was able to catch us some Tempest, likewise Rebellion able to catch us some Broodlords. A lot of moments throughout the game. GG, well played. Whew, that was game 1. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. And before I get ahead of myself, big shout out to Control. Oh my god, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Annyeong haseyo. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Welcome everyone from Control Stream. Welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Annyeong. Annyeong. Next time, I'm sure Control will play in this tournament as well. Isn't that right? Esther Control. Next time. But I hope you had a great time. Let's go. Long time, Bobby, long time. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, leading the series 1-0. But that was a He fought hard for that first game. That was a hard fought game one. It is Nikic for the Platinum Heroes. I'll have to double check. Is he still on the Platinum Heroes? Just quickly double checking. I know a lot of players left the team recently. Yeah, he's still on. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Clan NWCE. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Whew. Meanwhile, the bracket has been progressing. We'll eventually catch up. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But it looks like we already have some semi-finalists. We have Art taking down Hacker's top 2-0. Art took down Dave Latos. Hacker's top took down Rostock as well. But Art is waiting for the winner of the series. At the same time, we have Iba. Iba takes down Bokajin, takes down Hon Mono as well. And Iba is waiting for the winner of Cristiano and Azura. He's waiting for a ZVP as well. Bearing in mind, both semi-finals will be casted. So once we wrap up the series, we will jump into whichever semis is first ready. Either the upper or the lower semis. Meanwhile, Cannon Rush. Oh my god. That I was not expecting. After an intense game one, we're spicing it up here in game number two. Pylons are being thrown down to fully wall off, and Rebellion's goal is to Cannon Rush the natural Enforcer cancel. Now, bearing in mind, this is not an all-in, this is a Forge Expand. There is a natural behind this, so it is an economic opener out of Rebellion. His goal is only to force a cancel. He's not going for like a proxy robo, proxy gateway. He's not looking to do any more damage. And there it is. He forces a cancel, and now he can cancel his setup. Just one pylon and two cannons. One pylons and two cannons. This will contain Nikic on one base. Honestly, this is a lot of damage. Nikic, this doesn't just impact his economy, it impacts his production as well. And he's forced to respond with gases, with a Roach Warren as well. Rebellion back at home is walling up and transitioning out of this. So Rebellion will have the better economy. He has the higher worker count, will have the more efficient mining. I'm curious if Nikic just breaks out and drones, or if he goes for an all-in. Nikic has options, and Rebellion needs to confirm as well. On top of that, any kind of response from Nikic is going to be slowed down by the cannons as well. Most likely, Nikic is going to be morphing in some Ravagers. Roach into Ravager, into Biles, into eventually breaking out. Nikic does not have link speed. So no link speed, no link, but behind this, there are the Ravagers now morphing in. Ravagers are on the way. Additional roaches as well, so Nikic is going for a counterattack. Takes down the cannon. Will take down the gateway, then he can move out across the map. And back at home, what is it to defend? Okay, there's going to be one cannon, two pylons to make sure everything stays powered. There's a Cyber Core. Typically, we respond with a Stargate and a Void Ray. Two more shield batteries. Getting to double Stalker production. We'll see if Rebellion can survive this, as here comes the counterattack. Now, Nikic is not going all in, he is droning. So his goal here is to trade, is to pick off a couple of key structures, force a response, force a reaction. I mean, this is a pretty big reaction. That's 3 shield batteries, 2 cannons, massive amount of stalkers, a big delay on the tech, delayed Stargate, delayed Robo, delayed Twilight Council. Ooh, and Rebellion looks like he has noticed how little there is. So he will cancel some of his structures. I believe that was 1 cannon, 1 shield battery. Meanwhile, one of the gateways is going to be going down. There's the overcharge. Wiles graze the buildings. And the gateway is going to fall. And can Nikic get the second gateway? Uh-oh. Gateway's under fire. Second gateway is going to get picked up as well. Very nicely done. And from here, Nikic backs off and drones. Now, Rebellion still has a better economy, but his tech, like more importantly, his tech is heavily delayed. There's no Oracle to harass. There's no DTs, there's no Blink Stalkers. So I'm curious where Rebellion goes from here. Oh my god. This +1 is almost denied. Up! Stalker getting away. Forge does fall. Rebellion could have saved it. Didn't target the Forge. But is expanding. Not going for the all-in. +1 is denied. And Rebellion is going to try to calm down. Likewise, so is Nikic. So after an intense early game, we're droning. Nikic is droning up, retaking his natural. Likewise, Rebellion also focusing on his third. There are some Ravagers, but they're chilling back at home. And we can build up from here. Now we'll see if Nikic does continue to drone or if he embraces Link Speed and goes for some kind of all-in instead. So Link Speed is now finishing up. More Ravagers are morphing in. Lings are on the way. At the moment, Nikic is on 40 workers. He's on 3 gas saturation for the most part. He's on 3 gases. And he's going for an all-in. Yeah, Nikic, he's not droning. He's not droning up the natural. It's only for Larva. Only 4 reinforcements. Blair is finishing up. And Nikic is moving out. As he moves out, Adepts are moving in. Rebellion does miss the army, though. He doesn't know. Rebellion is in the dark. Blink is halfway done. Adepts threaten the mineral line. They force back the entire army. Oh my god. Nikic racing back home. That's 4 drone kills, not bad. 4 drones for 2 Adepts. The entire army is spotted, it's scouted. Does race back. Rebellion buying some precious time. As that is 26 Lings on the way. And we'll see if Nikic can break the expansion. Link is still not quite done yet. Rebellion still needs more time. Still needs a little bit more time here. Nikic, he is up, looking to commit. It does die forward. He can try to lock down the army. Overcharge gets popped. Shield battery gets started down. Yeah, nice piles here from Nikic. And Rebellion is up against the wall. Bleeding out Stalkers, expensive losses. Blink is still not done. 5 seconds away. Yeah, the enter timing is brutal. And before Blink finishes, Nikic, he breaks on through. He shuts down the main army. And Nikic, he has broken the third. There's just not much left. Just a handful of Stalkers. The probes do survive, but I can't say the same for the Nexus. So again, just a very crisp timing here from Nikic. If he had waited any longer, if Blink was done for the start of the fight, this would have been a very different outcome. Rebellion would have survived, he would have defended. Alas, barely didn't finish up. And Nikic, he can't just keep pushing. There's 3 shield batteries behind this though, so respect the natural. But he can clean up whatever's left at the third. The probes are coming back. Oh. Big overextension by the Stalkers. Leading out more Stalkers. Nexus being denied. Rebellion being a little bit greedy. I'm impressed that he saved the workers though. Most of them at least. Most of the probes did still survive. And from here, Nikic is backing off, and he's still not droning, by the way. He did saturate his natural somewhat, getting up to 46 drones. But Nikic is remaxing once again with more roaches, more lings. And now this time he has found the probes. Yeah, this time they will not escape. Not like this. Probes are going to be hunted down. Some of them saved by the prism. Let's go. As Nikic, he rocks up once again. Now investing in some workers. Pushing into the natural. A little bit of mistargeting there out of Rebellion. And again, we had a very intense, we had a beautiful game 1 that went all the way to late game, but here in game 2 it was a lot more chaotic. Started with a cannon rush. Nikic, of course, counterattacking, punishing. And again, it was so important that he was able to hit before Blink did finish. And +1 as well. As even if Nikic doesn't kill Rebellion here, he still has a lot of freedom. He has a lot of freedom to work with. He has a lot of room back at home. Backing off, rebuilding once again. This is a good moment though for Rebellion. Catch some Ravagers, not bad. Does catch a Ravager, picks up a couple of roaches. Does punish Nikic, not bad. Doesn't move on to creep. Fear the Tuna. Has to back up. Rebellion pulling away. At the same time, Roach counterattack does get into the mineral line. Probes, no, they come back too soon. 2 probe kills. And from here, the game will progress. And this is where I'm a little bit concerned for Nikic, because again, he avoided droning for a very long time. And now suddenly Rebellion has quite a threatening Stalker army. Does spot the Ling Ravager. Rebellion, he avoids it. He keeps pushing. They force Nikic to respond. It's to cancel on the expansion. Bearing in mind, Rebellion can always recall, catching out some Lings. Good pickoffs. Lings go down. At the same time, ooh, massive Ling counterattack. Denies mining, forces the all-in. Yeah, the third base is not. No, they come back too soon! Not like this! Recall is forced in the probes. Some of them at least are going to be saved. At least some of them. 6 more probes go down. But Nikic is able to buy time, building up more roaches. Now he has an army that can hold its own against Rebellion. Nuddling run by. Bold move here by Nikic. Sentries morphing in. Force field's going to be available. Nikic once again moves out. Force to respond. And can Nikic deal with this? The Lings will cripple the third, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Pappy. Force fields get thrown down. Roaches get locked down as well. Massive pickups. Yeah, the Roaches are trapped. And Rebellion, he's breaking through. At the same time, his third base is going to fall. But does again, like, it's not impacting the main army. Rebellion is all in. Boys are being pulled. Stalkers are getting low. Rebellion diving on the Ravagers. Bold move. Will target them down. Expensive losses here. Brutal losses for Nikic. Putting out Ravagers. Lings, they race back home. Stalkers are still very low. And Nikic, can he barely survive? Oh my god, the Blinks are coming in. Prison comes in to reinforce as well. And Rebellion is down to 4 Stalkers. Oof. Yeah, only 4, it's barely not enough. Nikic, he holds, he's on 4 bases. He's on 38 drones, barely a greater economy than his opponent. He survives. Nikic, he barely survives. He's holding. Rebellion back at home, re-expanding. And are we in a crazy enough game state? If Nikic doesn't counterattack, I think he will. But if he doesn't, does Rebellion take a third? And do we just calm down and drone? I kind of want that. I kind of want that, not going to lie. But Nikic is not droning. Is the problem here? Nikic, he's not droning. He's massing up more Lings. Nikic is getting ready for his own counterattack once again. Rebellion does spot the main army. And Nikic staying up to 38 drones. GG gets called as Rebellion just doesn't have enough to hold on. And Nikic will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Not gonna lie, part of me wanted things to calm down and just get into a macro game. Part of me did want that, but GG, well played. Nikic, he built up an army, counterattacked, and again, Rebellion, he ran out of steam. He was forced into an all-in earlier and just did not have enough to survive that final push from Nikic. GG, well played. A very intense, very back and forth game 2 there between Nikic and Rebellion. I say game 2, even game 1 as well. Honestly, this series could have gone either way. This series could have gone either way. GG, and yeah, congratulations, Nikic. We'll advance on to the semifinals. Here we go. And I do need a moment to set things up on our end. Un momento. As it looks like we have our first semifinals ready for this. We are heading over to the European region. And we are jumping into our first semis of the night. Vetoes are now underway, and we can have a look at the bracket itself. Let's go. Meanwhile, a shout out to Rebellion, of course, for competing and for making a series out of that. Even though that was a 2-0, honestly, both game 1 and game 2 could have gone either way. Very, very close games, very clutch. Very clutch series. Congratulations to Nikic. He survived. And now we're getting ready for another ZVP. Okay, from the top. There we go. From the very top, it looks like we have still one quarterfinals match underway. Cristiana versus Azura. They are currently mid-series. They're facing off in a best-of-3. Wish them the best of luck. At the same time, we have Iba. Iba took down Homono 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. Iba is still waiting for his next opponent, still waiting for a Protoss player. Who's it going to be? Still yet to be determined. Still yet to be determined as we head on over to our series, our semifinals. Nikic takes down Rebellion. Art took down Hacker is top, and now we have Art versus Nikic in that ZVP. Let's go. We are getting ready for that Protoss versus Zerg. Looks like 2 PVZs all around from the lower and upper semifinals. And our players just need a moment to get things underway. Go. Now we can catch up on the chat. I shouted to blarg_SC2. I did notice, did subscribe during the last game. It's just a lot was going on. But thank you so much, Blarg, for the support, for resubscribing for 2 months. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. No. Do appreciate it. Just catching up. Nikic will avenge me. See, Papi, see. Exactly. Channel points are also called grapes. Yeah, the grapes, Papi, the grapes. As always, another Protoss. What do you mean, Eba? What do you mean? You've been avoiding Protoss all day. God damn it. Eba is always complaining. He's always like, but it's just always Protoss in Sparkling Tuna Cup. This week, you played against Hold Mono and Bokachi. A Zerg and a Terran player. What more could you ask for? Ay, ay, ay. Eba's like, just keep Protoss away from me. Forever. Just never a Protoss player. Este Eba. Shaking my head. Hello, Lajos. Hello. Bienvenidos. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Shout out to Captain Fish in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Oh my god. For the very first time, we do appreciate it. Captain Fish earlier was playing against Home Mono, so I hope you had a good time in that TVT, assuming it was a Terran versus Terran. Thank you so much for competing tonight, yesterday as well, and for supporting the channel. It's thanks to the support that we get via Twitch or via Patreon, via YouTube. It's thanks to that support that we're able to host these events as often as we do, that we're able to fund them, and able to bring them to you here on a weekly basis. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Yeah, all the grapes. Let's go. Also, shout out to Rex. Esther, Rex in the chat. I see you, Papi. I see you. When is Rex playing in Sparkling Tuna Cup? When is it happening? Esther Rex. Oh, did it say Shopify? My apologies. I think that was an accident. Regardless, looks like our players need a couple of minutes. It looks like they need a little bit of time, so we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have our semis. We're getting there. We are getting there. So thank you so much. Again, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some food, and we'll be back soon with our next series. See you then. See you then, Paco. See you then. And we are back. We are back, and welcome everyone. Welcome to the semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Hope you enjoyed that very short break and the brutal OSC as we have returned with Art versus Nikic. Let's jump in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Pink Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player, representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of Belarus. It is Nikic. And if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. We saw Nikic take it to Rebellion, but it was a very scrappy knife fight of a PvZ. Very intense, very back and forth. Was 2-0, but still could have gone either way. Meanwhile, Art has been having a break. He's been patiently waiting. He was able to rest up and watch that last series and prepare for his opponent. He is well rested. We'll see how Art compares. Here we go. I do feel like Art is a little bit overshadowed by some of the other Protoss players in Poland. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of Polish Protoss players out there, and you know, when we think of Polish Protoss, we think of Mana, we think of Christiana, we think of Geralt as well. But Art, he's up there amongst them. He's definitely up there amongst them. He's just a little bit less active. He's a little bit less active, so he's, you know, competing less often in these tournaments, so he gets a little bit less kind of limelight. He gets less attention, but is still an amazing player in his own right, and could even make it to the finals as well. Could even pose a threat to Christiana. But we'll see. We shall see. As we're still getting into the series, into game one. For now, gate expanded to Cybercore, standard opener out of Art. Likewise, Nikic going hatch gas pool as well. Nothing crazy yet. There's no wild cannon rush like we had last time. There's no wild early spawning pool or early gases. No link flood. As we're getting into this, though, a shout out to Samuel in the chat. Papi Ga. Thank you so much, Samuel, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is a weekly tournament that we host here on the CranKy Ducklings every single week. We have some tuna for you, some Tuna Cup action, and it is an open tournament to all regions. We are here in the semi-finals. We're in the semis in game one, and we are here to embrace it. Let's go. For now, Stargate opener out of Art. Shout out to the tuna, by the way. It's beautiful. Shout out. So we are going to be settling in. And with this initial Stargate opener, it should just be an Oracle opener out of Art into a third base. We saw last time that we had a Stargate opener from Rebellion. He went into a delayed third into faster Glaive Adepts. But alas, I'm not really too sure if Art is one to embrace that kind of more aggressive style. We'll see. We shall see. So for now, our players are still just going to be joining up, still yet to embrace our initial units. It's going to be Oracle feeding, so Void Ray, we have the answer. It's going to be an Oracle first out of Art. Everything looking standard so far. The Oracle, of course, is designed to move out across the map to scout the opponent, to get some economic damage, and to make sure the third base is safe and sound as well against a Ling run by or Ling counter attack. That's why Oracles, they're so versatile in the early game and they're so meta as well. Very common to open up Oracle and to embrace double, even triple Oracle opener. This first one is moving out. Third base now being taken. And from here, it's going to be on Art to either go into Blink Stalkers or Charge Lots, one or the other. We'll see which kind of path he does go down. What kind of composition he does embrace. Likewise, Nikic going for the Evo Chamber. Still no Rotorn, or no, I mean, we're now reaching the 4-minute mark. He hasn't gone for any kind of early tech. Just droning. Just droning, plus on melee. Nikic may opt to skip the Rotorn. It is quite necessary against early Twilight Council openers. Or it is just a safer way to play. But Nikic is cutting corners. And based on his series against Rebellion, at least in game one, he is one to embrace Lingbane Hydra. As the Oracles are denied, so far so good. Nikic is keeping up. 2 queens in the main, 3 queens here at the third. And now we have another Oracle moving out. Art's getting into a 4th Oracle. Wait, what? 2 oracles hit the third base. We are denied. We have a third oracle diving into the natural. Stage trap going up. Up! Oracle does overextend. Will barely escape. 1 shot away from going down. Does get away. But again, going up to 4 oracles, that is not usually heard of. And behind this, he's going for a delayed Twilight Council. Okay. You have my attention. Let's go. Art is mixing it up. Now, because of the delayed Twilight Council, I'm leaning towards even Chargelot Archon. I'm curious if he's going to go for late Blink. That wouldn't make as much sense. But now clearing up creep. Denying vision. Oracle's being forced back. The other 2 headed towards the main. And mortal production has begun. Oracle's able to dive in. Getting another 2 drones. And yeah, as we did mention before, it is going to be Chargelot Archon. So Chargelot's Archons, Immortals. Art's going to be building up that death ball of an army. And to get away with this, that's why he did invest into extra oracles, just to keep Nikic pinned back at home. Keep him busy. Getting another 6 drone kills. Very nice damage. Not a single oracle has gone down yet. They've gotten close. They've gotten quite low. Oh. Just getting 1 more. Meanwhile, Art is securing himself. Walling up, walling off. Temple Archives on the way for those Archons. For Storm as well. And Nikic is embracing Lingbane Hydra. Hydra Den is on the way. Oracle's unable to find any damage. Lings going for a counterattack. Shield battery is ready. There's the overcharge. The Lings will dive in. They go for the shield battery. Not bad. And nice hold position micro here in the mineral line as well. Getting 3 probe kills. Very nice damage. Did I say 3? Getting up to 5. Barely getting a sig. There's no way out for the Lings, but getting all these workers, forcing a warp in, and confirming the army as well. He wants a High Templar. A little bit greedy, and it looks like he will get one. Very nice pickup. Again, only trading Lings. 6 probes, a High Templar. Storm is now halfway done. And Art was even forced to morph in an Archon as well. Ideally, he would have 3 extra High Templar here, gathering up energy for that Storm. But that Storm timing is going to be significantly weaker than it otherwise would have been. It's going to be weaker. Nikic droning up. Getting up to soon to be a 4-base economy. Oracles move in once again. Getting another 2 drones. Oh! Finally, 1 Oracle goes down. But there's still 3 left. And it looks like Nikic is working towards lurkers. I mean, the infestation bit is done. Soon to be a Hive as well. There it is. Hive is now on the way. But defending with purely Lingbane Hydra, I mean, this is where Art can hit his timing. This is where Storm can really pop off. And can do well. In this kind of window before lurkers. Meanwhile, Art's doing something I wasn't quite expecting. Art, he is still expanding, taking a 4th base, and he's taking Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon is on the way. It looks like Art won't move out. Or at least he's thinking further ahead. Now Art taking more defensive stance. Things that get into the mineral line. Just getting 2 probes. They confirm the army. Nikic now getting into lurkers. Lurker Den is halfway done. And yeah, Art, he's just defending. He's not warping in, he's not reinforcing, he's not moving out. And he throws down 2 more Stargates. And Nikic does confirm. Very nice scout. He gets eyes on additional Stargates that are on the way. Nikic is fully aware. He can respond with a Spire and with upgrades. But now just focusing on his lurker tech. There it is. Spire is now on the way. And we're going to be here for a while. Strap in, Bappy. Strap in. Reason does get into the main base. Big warp in as well. And Nikish out of position. Zealous, they hit the third. The initial Zealous is going to be going down, but at the same time, he's going for the Lurker Den. He's going to get it. Oh, the Transfuse. Transfuse will barely keep it alive a little bit longer, but alas, it is killed. It is sniped, and the upgrades are denied. Ay. No Lurker range. That's actually a massive pickoff. Behind this, Nikish rebuilding his Lurker Den. Spire is still on the way. Nikish is vulnerable. I believe he doesn't have any Lurkers. Honestly, now would be the time. Now would be a good time here for Art to move out. For now, he's kept back at home because of Lings. Warpins do hold. Yeah, Lings just trying to buy time, but a lot of them do go down. And Art, he's just massing up more carrier. Nice contamination. You don't often see that. Contamination here on the Stargate. We'll delay at least some of the carriers. Nikish still building up. Now rebuilding, or now getting into his first wave of Lurkers. Heavily delayed. Size Expanse has been restarted. Still nowhere near being done. And now Art is pushing. Now's his time. Nikish responds with a wall of Spore Crawlers. The Spore Forest has begun. He's more exposed elsewhere. But he's just fully walling up his spines and Spore Crawlers. And Art doesn't push. Never mind. Art has been so passive this game. It's a little bit uncharacteristic, I feel. But yeah, Art, he's just been chilling back at home, defending, fortifying himself. I don't think he's ever moved out with his main army. He's harassed, that's true, with oracles, and with the War Prism. But Art finally is moving out. He's got that mothership. It's ready. He's ready for the recall. And Nikish has not spotted this. He doesn't know. Not yet. Now, Art could try to go right into the main, but Corrupt is now on the way. When it comes to the main army, we have 4 Immortals, 3 Archons, 4 High Templar. Not too much supportive units here, but Art is about to max out. Taking out an Oracle. Nice doing. Getting a carrier. Nikish does pick up the carrier. Mothership is still getting in position. Edging ever closer. Yeah, the mothership is revealed. Nikish, he sees, he knows. There's a warp in. There's the recall. Does respond with everything he has. Recall does complete. And remember, he can always recall back home. Starting from the mineral line. 6 drone kills, not bad. And there's that recall out of there, but he will leave 2 Archons and an Immortal back behind. So, do I favor Nikish here? It was only 6 drones. Could have been so much worse. Only 6 workers, the base survived. It did cost Art a handful of those robo units, and the Archon as well. War Prism gets spotted. So that recall was a little bit lackluster. And now Nikish is securing himself. Throwing down more Spore Crawlers, more Spine Crawlers as well. Be all about that safety. Taking another expansion. That's 2 more Stargates on the way. That's a lot of carrier. 8 carriers for Art. I do kind of wish this was a bit of a more Tempest-heavy composition. But I guess there aren't any Broodlords. It'd still be amazing against the Lurkers. It's just the one Tempest. Speaking of Tempest, there we go. Making 2 more Tempests at a time. Niki's rotating around. Likewise, so is Art. The base is exposed, and he's going for it. He's going for the dive. And cannons are falling. The Nexus as well. Art, he does not turn around. He keeps pushing. Going for a base trade. He will lose the Nexus, but does he get a hatchery? Corruptor's getting in position. Oh, landing a power bomb. We do get a split. Art does pull away. So far, so good. Art pushing forward, getting a feedback. Yeah, no Broodlords or Lurkers. So we do trade a base for a base. A hatchery for a Nexus. Art will back off. Nikish pushing forward once again. And what I'm referring to when it comes to the lack of Broodlords and lack of Lurkers, as they here on the left-hand side, oh, that's a kill, not a cancel, is that they're not in position to zone away the High Templar. So the High Templar, they were kind of free to bully back the spellcasters with feedbacks, with Storm. That was 11 probe kills. Broodlords have now morphed in. Arch rotating towards the left, Zealot on the right, drones are falling. Drones are going down. Yeah, there are spores, but no spine crawlers. Uh-oh. These Zealots are actually trading very well. They were trading nicely, but will be cleaned up. Arch again, being very meticulous with how he does engage. Nikish going for a counterattack. Arch, he could recall. What's the choice going to be? Stacking up. And yeah, he does recall back home. And the Lurkers are exposed. Lurkers are getting picked off. So far, a better trade for Art. The cannons and shield barriers able to buy some time. Buy time for the recall. A carrier is left behind. Not bad. But Art, he's going to keep pushing. Does threaten the counterattack. Nikish has to respond. Nikish on how many Corruptors? 18. 18 Corruptors. 3 Infestors, 3 Vipers. Not bad. Nikish can take a fight, especially with Spores to support. He does have everything together. Broodlords are responding. Arch rotating in. Reinforcing with Void Rays. Interesting choice. No more Tempest. Boat gets popped off. Fungal does connect on the High Templar. Oh! Storm is forced out. Nice Parabomb. But doesn't quite land on the army. And you can see the dance between the Broodlords and the High Templar. If the Broodlords back off, then the High Templar can push in. Vice versa. So again, just very slow engagements. But as the armies were distracted, Lurkers, they pop in once again, getting another expansion. Another Nexus does go down. Honestly, it's these run-bys. It's these Lurker counterattacks for Nikish that has been popping off. Time and time again, getting base after base. Art trying to expand. As he responds, this time Broodlord's going for a counterattack. And Art, he's not quite where he needs to be. Does he recall? Does have one available. He's got to make the choice. Yeah, there we go. Does recall back home. Broodlords have to get the hell out of here. They have to race back home. Nikish, he's racing back. The rest of the army responds. Leading off 1 Brood. Oh, 2. Getting 3. 3 Brood, let's go down. Oh my god. That I don't think was intentional. There's a transfuse. A bit of a misclick there by Nikish. Calm down. Nikish has been fighting well, but Art has the better back. Let's go 4,000 gas. Lurkers are pushing into the natural. So Brood goes into the mineral line. Nigish going for a split push. Remember, Art, he just recalled back home, so he doesn't have a recall available. Which means his Lurkers, they can break through. And Art, he has to respond. But if he does, I mean, then what about the Broodlords? Art in a rough position. Oh my god. Getting 4 probes. Void Rage respond instead. So far, Nigish microing very well here on 2 fronts. But it can still all go south for him in one big fight. Oh, he's coming in! Gets 3! Tries to pick up 3 carriers, gets 1 Tempest and 2 carriers. Just barely. Storm zoning away. Ooh, Nigish, he has to back up. Stands in the storms! Oh my god! The storms, they do so much damage. Corruptors, they're very softened up. They take down the mothership, they take down 1 more carrier. They commit to the fights, but alas, not enough Corruptors. The storms were brutal. And Nigish has to back up. And now he's burning through his bank. 12 more Corruptors on the way. Yeah, the storms were insane. And Art is breaking through. Again, 1 bad fight is sometimes all it takes. We do get a fungal going off. Corruptors diving in, but there's just not enough. There's not enough Corruptors. The Sky Toss reigns supreme. And Nigish, he has to give up on this space. He doesn't want to without a fight. He will get 1 Tempest. And he holds. He's barely holding on. High Templar, they need a little bit more time to gather energy. No storms left. Uh-oh. Without storms, we can dive in. I don't like that, though. You have to calm down. Nigish getting too excited. But once again, my biggest concern is the bank. You know, these Tempests and carriers are denying gas here towards the right-hand side. Gas is being taken on the left. But the gas bank for Nigish is very small. Doesn't have much to work with. Oh, no detection towards the left-hand side either. Overseers are on the way. When Infestor gets sniped. Infestor for a carrier. Not bad. The DTs they force a cancel. Again, only 2 DTs. No detection. Overseers just now coming in. But again, very nice damage for only 2 Dark Templar. And once again, Nigish is relying on these split pushes. He's relying on taking down these expansions and maybe getting into some production, or getting onto some production. But this time, Art has a recall. Let's have a recall available.
Assimilation successful.
Nice neural. Catching an Oracle. Workers pushing in. A Void Rays will respond. There are some Hydras, but with that amount of Void Rays, they will be overpowered. Worker Hydra backs up. Oh, Broodlords overextending. Trying to be a little bit cheeky. Arch getting super max, throwing away his probes. Throwing away Zealots. Void Rays on the hunt for another expansion. But the Corruptors do respond. Now, Art knows that the Corruptors are out of position, so the Tempest can push in. Oh! And the Void Rays get sniped. Tempest moving forward, going for the expansion, and the hatchery is going to go down. Getting the disruptor. Disruptor is picked off. Corruptor's racing back, but at least Nigish gets a base. He now gets another expansion up and running. He can maintain himself somewhat. But the Panks are still terrifying. Like, Art has been so efficient, so meticulous with his army. We've been praising him for, I mean, the majority of this game about how Art has been so careful with how he engages, so careful with how he moves in. Just been very patient overall. There have been a couple of moments where Nikish has been able to pull him apart, but no major damage. Just denying a base here or there. And Nikish is running out of steam. Nice fungal here on the Void Rays. The chain fungal even at the neural. Not a bad start. Void Rays going down. Storms on the Broodlords. Oh yeah, the Broodlord's taking a lot of damage, but nice doings here on the carriers. Corruptors are breaking through. The High Templar go down. No more storms! And no storms left. And just like that, Nikish, he shuts down the main army. Without storms, there's nothing to stop the Corruptors. And Nikish, he breaks through. Shuts everything down. Art has a bank, but it takes so long. It takes a while here to rebuild. Carriers are on the way. Yeah, one good fight is all Nikish needed. He was able to shut down the Void Rays, pick apart the High Templar. And bit by bit, he just shut down the main army. Now Art, he's remaxing here with Carrier, building up in the main, going for a big Stalker counterattack across the map. Art, he did just burn through his bank. Oh, and again, not the best use of these Stalkers, unfortunately. We have Lurkers on below ground as well. Yeah, there's no way out. Oof. And just like that, the bank of Art is just being evaporated. At the same time, at base falls to the Broodlords, or to the Corruptors even, denying the expansions. And Art, he does have an army to work with. He's been building up more carriers. He's not out of this yet, but he's in trouble. His army, it's all over the place. He does need to consolidate. Nice Nova. Lurkers pushing in. There's no more Broodlords left. Nikish just going for the Cortex sprays. Wedging himself into the bases. CT run by. And Nikish, he's denying the expansion, making sure that Art just cannot mine. The entire game he's been eyeing bottom left, or center left, and center right as well. That's a kill, not a cancel. But the carriers are revealed. That's a lot of carrier. Oh, and I don't think we can really fight this. Corruptors, they go for the dive. They get a neural off as well. But the storms are brutal. Archons are pushing forward. They get 3, they got 4 carriers. Can they get all of them? Oh, not quite. And no detection to Overseer. Cloak goes off. Mothership goes down, getting 1 more carrier. But the Corruptors are still so low. They avoid the Archons. They're trying to keep up. Oh my god. 1 carrier left. A very nice movement there by Nikish. Just juking the Archons, pulling them left and right. He gets away. Rebuilding with Hydras. Both players are out of money. Both players don't really have a bank. Nikish rebuilding with Ling Hydra. Arch getting another base. Nikish has some economy. Has some mining. Art's army is spotted. Nikish knows. He's gonna respond. Repositioning his spores. Getting ready. Lurker gets caught out. But I don't think he can push into this. Never goes up. We're getting what? 1 Hydra. Not good enough. There's soon gonna be 1 storm. It gets spent. A little bit premature. Now Nikish comes in with the surround. He locks down the main army. Can he get the carrier? Barely not. The last that was just a recall to the natural. Nikish still on the hunt, within range. Oh, spots the army. And he wants it. He wants it! Nova doesn't quite connect. And Nikish is coming in for the kill. It was an intense game, 30-minute game, even longer than the game against Rebellion, actually. I think that was 28 minutes. Again, very intense. Art, he finally has a base up and running. It finally has some saturation. But it might just be too late. Hydra say get into the main. GG gets called and Nikichi takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth. Again, if you recall, we were praising Art for his control throughout the game, for his efficiency. He was trading very nicely against Nikish throughout the majority of this game. He was constantly being denied an expansion, but he was still able to build up and have quite a solid bank. But it all came down to that fight, if you recall, in between, or towards the center of right-hand side, in between the 3rd, the 4th, and the 6th base. We saw that Nikish, he forced a bit of an awkward fight, out of range of all the static defense, out of range of all the cannons and shield batteries. Instead, Artie was kind of caught out in the open, caught in just a really awkward position where he initially lost his Void Rays, then he was kind of picked apart from there. The High Templar went down to the Broodlords. The Broodlords actually sacrificed themselves to kill every single High Templar. There were like 4 or 5 High Templar. And the Broodlords, they committed, they took storms to the face, they killed all the High Templar. Once they went down, then in came the Corruptors, and the Skytoss just crumbled. GG, well played. Whew. GG, well played. Nikish does take a lead in the series, and that was merely only game 1. That was only game 1. We're getting ready for game number 2. Here we go. Here we go. Jumping into game 2. And this could still go either way, right? So that last game was quite close between Art and Nikish. I do think that Nikish, he was playing a little bit faster, but also playing quite it's quite risky play, I should say, from Nikish as well. If you recall, Nikish, he had a much smaller bank to work with, but he had a more mobile army. And did take the ideal fight at the end. GG. GG, well played. We're now jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Pink Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, we're going to bounce back and force the ace match. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Zerg player, also representing the Platinum Heroes as they are teammates. From the land of Belarus, it is Nikic. Here we go. Jumping into game 2. Again, it was a very intense, very long game. One on Oceanborn, went the distance, went 30 minutes. And we could see something similar here on Side Delta. I almost called it Ancient Cistern. My mind was elsewhere. Different map, different era, different year. But Side Delta is more wide open. It is a lot more wide open here. The 3rd base, the 4th, the 5th base as well. It is sometimes a little bit more difficult to actually protect these bases and maintain them. So we'll see how Art does change his approach. If you recall in the last game, something that really surprised me was how defensive Art was. You know, I was like, oh, you know, Art, he can go for a bit of a storm timing, or he can go for like a 3 base or even 4 base timing as well. And those timings, they would come and go. You know, they would pass him by, and instead Art, he would just throw down cannons and shield batteries, slowly take a 4th, take a 5th, take a 6th base as well. Art, he never moved out until he maxed. Just really defensive play from the Protoss in game 1. And we'll see how that changes in game 2. I'm sure we'll take a different approach on Side Delta. I imagine. For now, Art just being as annoying as possible. Tasing away at those drones. As the workers, some of them get low, but none of them do quite go down. Alright, it does pull away, and Nikic can now drone up. Saturate his bases, was able to take the natural. Behind this, Art going for a Stargate once again. Now, if you recall, a big difference with how Art was playing, he was actually going for a very similar style to Showtime. Showtime was one of the few other Protoss players that does also go quadruple Oracle. The reason why he goes into 4 Oracles is because of how passive he's being and because of how defensive he's being. The Oracles, they can harass, they can, you harass mineral lines and pick off workers, while Art just fortifies himself back at home and macros up. Showtime would do something similar. Showtime would often go into like double Robo Colossus production, then into Skytoss. Art did something quite different, going into Storm, then into Skytoss, but a similar kind of style. Which again shocked me. I don't really pin Art as that kind of player. Showtime, sure, but Art less so. So very interesting game one. Meanwhile, Art already deviating. Instead of going for the Oracle, it is going to be a Void Ray first. So Void Ray first out of Art. Is going to hunt down the Overlord, and with this initial Void Ray, with denying the Overlord Scout, Art could go for a delayed third. He could go for tech instead. Either a second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon, a Twilight Council with the Glaive Adepts. Art has options. And Nikish, he knows that. As for now, Art getting in position to expand, to take that third. Void Ray moves out, and Arch, for now, he's just taking an Oracle. It looks like he will just expand. So even though Arch isn't doing anything crazy, he's not really going for any kind of hidden tech structure, the threat of that is still there. And because of that, Nikish has to play safe. Does have to play it safe. Spores are on the way. Spore in the natural, spore in the main. Queens are being produced. I don't see a Roach Warren yet out of Nikish, which is a little bit greedy. Ooh, and this time, that is a Robo and a Twilight Council before the Forge. Now, if you recall, last game, it was a big delay of the Twilight Council, and Art actually prioritized upgrades on +1 and +2. This time, without the Forge, this could be more committed. I'm curious if he goes for Blink. I'm curious if he goes for Blink and a Gateway Explosion. This could be the beginning of something more committed, like a 3-base 8-gate Blink all-in. We'll keep an eye on Art. Lings, they hit the third. Nice around. Oh, Adepts, they don't quite get behind the mineral line. One Adept goes down, second Adept as well. Can we force a cancel? Uh-oh. Void Ray races back home. Oracle as well. And the base will survive, but that's still 2 probes, 2 Adepts, and a pylon. Very nice damage for Nikish. And behind this, we can see it is not for Blink, it is for instead Charge and Archon production. So a really fast Temple Archives here from Art. Rushing into Archons, then into Charge, I would imagine. And does he have the War Prism? He does, okay. So he's going for an Archon drop. So this is kind of a roundabout way of going for a delayed Archon drop instead. This is a macro build. The upgrades are delayed, so because that's going to take a little bit longer for Art to really get into the mid-game, but he'll be able to harass with these Archons instead. There we go, the Archons are coming. So this does hit later than, say, for example, a Dark Shrine Opener. So much later drop. But can still get damage done. Behind this, Art is saturating, teching. Spire is on the way for Nikish. Bold move, going into the Spire. Prism does slip into the main, and will actually scout everything. Yeah, very fortunate here for Art. He does spot the Spire. At the same time, Ling's moving out across the map. There's no shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield battery in the mineral line. Adepts are getting surrounded. The Zealots do warp in. At the same time, though, Archons are getting damage done. Queens will respond. The Prism! No! The War Prism! Prism goes down. Archons as well. Nikish, he defends. And across the map, he attacks. Again, efficient trades here with the Lings. Getting 3 probes. Getting 3 Adepts. And a Zealot. Meanwhile, the game getting a little bit messy. 3 more drones falling. No Spore at the 4th. I said Nikish doubling down here on these Lings. Phoenix production has begun. Remember, the Spire was scouted. Arch is aware. Lings a one of the Archon, barely not in time. Lings are forced back. And Nikish, he is committed into mutas. +1 air attack, 9 mutas on the way. And unfortunately for Nikish, again, Art, he does already have Phoenixes. Just 2 for now, but a 3rd is on the way. Art did invest into Phoenixes, and Nikish is making even more mutas. Now, Phoenixes, they don't completely hard counter mutas, especially in low numbers. Like, mutas can still trade well. But as the Phoenix count gets higher, mutas are less and less effective. And I don't see a Hydroden yet. So it's still just purely Ling Muta. Mutas are moving out. Phoenixes, they come in to intercept. Lings will deny the expansion. And the Mutas, they get a Phoenix! They get one! They get one Phoenix, they barely get a second. Oh, just barely not. The Phoenixes are low. But so far, so good for the Mutas. For Nikic. Gets into the mineral line, he can one-shot probes. Probes are going down. Phoenixes are low. They're one shot away from going down as well. Bit of miscontrol out of Art. He's just sending it across the map. He just goes for the counterattack. Goes for the all-in. And the Mutas have to race back home. They have to race back. That's 3 Archons to defend. Queens are coming in. And if the Mutas, if they stack, they're going to get annihilated. Decent magic boxing. Get on top of the Archons. Ooh, the Mutas take a lot of damage. They take a lot of hits. And the Ling Mage's support looks like it might just barely be enough. So many Mutas are going down. Oh my god. The Archons, they just have their way with the Mutas. Archons go down. Just barely. The Immortals are exposed. It's going to be 5 Mutas left. But Art is remaxing. He's remaxing with Stalkers, with more Archons. Nikish, he's hurting. He doesn't really have much left to work with. There's no Roach production. There's no Hydras. It's just purely Ling Muta. And he wants another Phoenix. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get the Phoenix, and it does feel like Artist's army is just, you know, progressing. It's getting better and better as time goes on. It is outscaling Nikic. At this point, Nikic, he's just stuck on Mass Muta. Only 1 Archon. But plenty of Phoenixes. Yeah, and Artie's snowballing out of control. He's just shutting down the main army of Nikic. Muta can do well in high numbers, but he lost so much earlier. It was how many Mutas? It was 20 Mutas going down. That's crazy. 20 Mutas falling. There's 12 left. Does get another Phoenix. And again, you can see earlier, even with the magic boxing, like the Archons, they still reign supreme. And here comes the second wave. Lynx once again, they force a defensive warp in. Archons are in position. Massive Archon shots going up. 1 Archon goes down. The Mutas, they can't really do much. Oh my god. Yeah, they just crumble before the Archons and the Phoenixes. And it looks like Art is forcing the ace match. GG gets called, and Art will take game number 2. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. GG. It was a risky maneuver to go for Mutas. I mean, it always is. It always is a risk to rush into Mutas in this matchup. Unfortunately, even though Nikic got scattered, and he knows he got scattered by the Archon drop, he committed into Mutas anyway. And I do think that was a little bit greedy. I do think that was a little bit overzealous of Nikic. Remember, the Archons, they got behind the mineral line, and they did scout the Spire as it was building, as they were harassing as well. So because of that, that's why Art was able to get into his own Phoenix production and build up his own Archons. Nikic was, again, a little bit stubborn, stood to commit, and was hoping to try to catch Art off guard. Didn't quite work out. And to be fair, Nikic, he didn't know that Phoenixes were building up. He didn't know that that's kind of what Art was responding with. He took a chance. Did take a chance, and he got punished for it. And now we're going for the ace match. Going for game 3. Going to be loading into Golden Aura. Let's go. Let us go. And we'll see how this story ends. Again, this could still go either way. This could still go the way of Nikic or Art. But it all ends here. It all ends in this final game. And as a reminder, we still have the upper semis ready and waiting for this after this series. We still have Onomas, Papi, Onomas before the finals. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of golden aura. We have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? We have the red Zerg player from Belarus representing the Platinum Heroes as well, as this is a team kill. It is Nikic. Here we go. We have our ace match. And we have seen both players kind of approach this in different ways. In the last game, of course, Archie did go for a more kind of delayed Archon drop opener, which did do quite well, at least scouting and trading. It was just a nice way to, in a way, almost blind counter the mutas that Nikic was going into, as the Archons did very well for themselves. Likewise, game 1, Nikic should go Lingbane Hydra into Lurker into late game. Game 2 did embrace that hidden Spire, at least tried to hide it, was unable to. But that game also does kind of set a precedent here. It does mean that R has to be that much more intensive, or that much more attentive to scouting, to check in the main, to make sure there's no hidden Spire again for a second game in a row. Oh! Nikic almost getting this around. Almost. Probe gets away. Probe does escape. As Art does get behind the mineral line. Hopefully everything is okay. For those that weren't here earlier, Nikic did lag out in his last series, and I did just see a massive stutter for a moment. Just quickly checking. Looks like we're fine on our end. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that everyone's internet is okay. We're holding on. Once again, Nikic is going for the faster Evo Chamber. This time, though, slightly faster than previously. And with this fast Evo Chamber, he can rush into fast +1 melee, into a Ling Flood. As Nikic should not pull out of gas. So we should be seeing fast +1 here from our Zerg player. Yeah, there it is. +1 is on the way. And Nikic should soon be amassing a massive amount of Lings. Till then, though, are trying to scout. I believe he's in the dark as to what's going on. Yeah, he has not seen the main. Oracle is on the way. Third base soon to be taken. We'll see how long it takes for R to realize what's happening and how exactly he does react. For now, pulling back home. Looks like he's in position to shut down the Overlord. Oracle's on the way. Overlord buying time, keeping Art distracted. Things are moving out to defend, to try and protect that Overlord. Likewise, Oracle's also in position. Lings dive in, they go for the surround. And the Oracle does activate his Pulsar Beam. Overlord does fall. And behind this, here come the Lings. Ling production has begun, so we can see Nikic, he's at 31 drones. He's making one extra worker. I'm curious how much exactly he drones up, if at all. Bailey Nest behind this. Massing up more Lings. He is moving out. Yeah, 12 more Lings in production, so cutting works at 31. Oracles did spot a handful of them. There are some Adepts. But Art doesn't know how committed Nikic is. Lings, they do hit the expansion. Oracles dive into the main. Ooh, getting into the mineral line, getting one drone. Meanwhile, Adepts gets surrounded. A massive surround on the Adepts. And what is there left to defend? Because there's no more drones. There's nothing behind this outside of just purely Ling Bane. Nikic, he's going for the all-in, flooding everything across the map. And back at home, there's, what, one Adept. Shield batteries are on the way. Oracles are racing back home. Oracles can do well. Where are the Banelings? Are these Banelings too late? The Oracles, they can deny them. They can try. Oracles, they do spot the Banelings. Third base is going to fall. Oracle's for the time being a little bit distracted. The Oracle's wasting energy here on Lings. And the Bailings, they do waddle in. Yeah, the Oracle's not quite in position. The base is going to fall, and here come the Bailings. They crash into the natural. Lings, they float on forward as well. That is Nartos' pylon, actually. Uh-oh. Overcharge is shut down. But it looks like there are enough Oracles. It looks like Art, he's holding onto the natural. Yeah, Oracles, they barely hold on. But they're out of energy. Oh no! They're out of energy. Big surround. No shield battery, no overcharge. Lings, they shut down the Adept. There's one Adept left. Behind this in the natural. Second Adept warps in. Art, he's holding. He's holding on. There's still just a swarm of Zerg coming in. Just purely Ling. Nigish, he doesn't stop. He just keeps going. Does have a lair on the way. Queen's getting in position. Oh. Does catch out the Oracles. Colossus are on the way. Nigish getting ready for another Bane bust. But he may have missed his window. Yeah, now he's droning. Nigish is forced to drone. And Nigish, he is far behind in workers. Again, this was designed to kill. And it didn't. We'll cancel the expansion. Bailing's waddling in. Oh, they barely don't break through that Zealot. And Ling's going for the gateway instead, going for the Cyber Core. Oracle's popping up. Oh, that was a big investment for Nikic. Not quite worth it. And still his economy pales in comparison to Art. And here comes the Colossus. Colossus has arrived. And I think Art is held. I mean, Nikish is going for one final stand. He's going for one final move, which is the Nidus Worm. He's going for a Ling Queen Nidus all-in as a follow-up, but... I mean, now there's a Colossus. Oh, I spoke too soon! Oh, okay, we're good. Colossus, calm down! If the Colossus gets surrounded, then maybe. Maybe Nikish can still pull this off. That's a big if, though. Second Colossus now popping out as well. As the game goes on, it's getting better and better for Art. Okay, the Colossus are revealed. Lings, they do get a surround though. They get on top of the sentries. Queens fall out as well. But so many Lings fall. Again, the Colossus, they trade so well. Yeah, they melt the Lings. Queens pop out. One Queen falls. Colossus, they kite back to the natural. There's a shield battery, there's an overcharge. And Nikish, he doesn't really have much left. He's down to 32 Lings. Against 2 Colossus, it's not enough. It's not enough. Nidus into the main. Lings, they hit the third. Queens are doing what they can. A nice juggling here by Art. Yeah, he's holding. He shuts down the Queens. He defends the third base. Colossus, they're everywhere. And with that, again, Nikish, initially he did a great job at hiding the all-in, hiding the build. Killing the third, but he did not break the natural, and he needed to. And with that, Art is going to completely shut this down. Takes out the Nidus Worms over and over again. There's only a handful of Queens and a handful of Lings remaining. And the Colossus, they reign supreme. GG gets called, and Art will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Art as he will take the series. Went all the way to the ace match. We had a lot of variety in the series as well. We had Nikic come out on top in the macro late game in game 1. But when it came to the more chaotic game state of game 2 and game 3, Art was able to come out on top instead. Especially here in game 3, very impressive defense despite not being able to keep up with the Banelings. Despite Nikic breaking into the natural, he still did not have enough Lings to overwhelm. Barely not. And Art holds. Art does hold. GG, well played. We have our first finalist for the evening. Art does advance on to the grand finals, and the question becomes who will face off against him. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be another Zerg player or a Protoss instead? We are getting ready for our second semifinals. We're getting ready for Christiana versus Iba. Getting ready for that second semis. On top of that, there's also the raffle as well. We're going to be hosting the raffle after the semis do conclude. We are going to be setting that up. And again, a shout out to Nikish for making it this far in the tournament, for making it to the semifinals. Did do well for himself. Did do well for himself in the end here. And again, for those that are curious, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, if you want to help support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon. You can actually see the Patreon goal on the screen at the moment. You can see it underneath Eba's name. Currently, we do get 246 USD via Patreon on a monthly basis. That all goes towards the prize pool of our tournaments. It all goes towards Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. You can see our next stretch goal to boost the prize pool, and the goal, at least for me, is to boost the prize pool enough to actually pay out top 4. Our tournaments right now are very top heavy. It's only top 2. Only top 2 get in the money, and it'd be great if we could, you know, provide a little bit more to the players, but it's all done via Patreon. So if you want to help support the tournament and support the CranKy Ducklings and support the players, you can do so via Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, you can just tune in, you can just watch, you can just follow. That is more than enough, of course. And again, we still will host this on a weekly basis regardless. That's also why we have the random raffle, because this tournament is quite top heavy for only paying out top 2. That's why we do have 5 random US or 5 USD that goes to a random player. We'll be having that later. We'll be hosting the raffle later, but it's a nice way to kind of like spread the love and to potentially, you know, give out some prize money to players that got knocked out in an earlier round, or to players that made it to the finals. Okay? It's random, Pappy. It's random. We have seen finalists and champions like win that as well. It's happened before. Has happened before. Regardless, GG, well played. It looks like our players need some time. Let's see if I can find them. Looks like our players need some time, so we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break here, and when we return, we will have our upper semis. Looks like our players just need a little bit of time. They need a little bit of time for their vetoes, and then we can jump in. So until then, take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate your hydras. When we're back, we'll have our next best of 3. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break as we have returned with the upper semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 67. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, or representing Clan SWS. It is Christianer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Let's go. We just wrapped up with Nikic versus Art, and it went the distance, went all the way to the ace match. It was an incredible best of 3. And of course, we have our first finals. We have Art, the Polish Protoss, waiting in the grand finals. And can Eva deny the PvP? Can he stop the Polish versus Polish finals? Or is it inevitable? Christianer, he is the #1 seed coming into the tournament. If you are, again, unfamiliar with our tournament series, then maybe you don't know this, but Christianer, out of all players in the world, in the history of Sparkling Tuna Cup, Christianer has the most wins under his belt. He is the tuna. He is part fish. He has to be. It's crazy. But Christianer, he has won more of these tournaments than any other player in the world. He is just above Björn. Björn is the second most player with the second most wins of Sparkling Tuna Cup. But Christianer, he has him beaten. So this is usually his tournament to win. And we'll see if he can keep it going, or we'll see if he can be denied that by either Eva or Art. They can both pose a threat, I'm sure. Meanwhile, before I forget, if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Again, I would say that Christianer is the favorite player coming into this, but Eva has been getting better and better over the course of the past couple of months. It's been amazing to see his rate of improvement. We saw that last week he honestly almost defeated Nightmare. Nightmare's not here this week, but Nightmare, who was up against Eva in last week's Sparkling Tuna Cup, they had a very close series. Eva played very well. Barely didn't quite take it, but definitely knows that he has it in him to do so. And Eva, one of the younger players in the scene in StarCraft, has a lot of potential. As long as he plays Zerg, he has been off racing a lot over the past couple of months, but we're playing Zerg, it's okay. He's main racing. Este Eva, shaking my head. As Christianer will threaten a dive behind this, going for a Stargate opener. Christianer, he is known for his kind of Chargel Archon Immortal composition. It's what he does kind of thrive on and what he relies upon. It's how Christianer became the Prince of Poland. If you're unfamiliar, we have casted a lot of Polish tournaments here on this channel on a regular basis. We do cast the Polish lands. I'm referring to the House of Galactic Battle. Siema, papi, siema. To those in the chat. Dzień dobry. But yeah, Christianer, he has actually been looking very strong and has actually been defeating a laser on a more regular basis. As Christianer, he was kind of crowned the best Protoss and the best player in Poland for a time. More recently, though, a couple of months ago, Spirit was able to defeat Christianer in the most recent House Galactic battle. Spirit was our most recent champion. Christianer was not able to really bring him down. But when it comes to Protoss in Poland, Christianer, I would say he is slightly above that of the rest. Only slightly, though. They can still kind of take each other out and still take series and take maps. And we'll see if Eva can do what a laser could not. We shall see. For now, we're rushing into a fast lair. Oh my god! It's going to be a short one. So a 4-minute lair timing out of Eva. This could be a couple different things. This could be a Link Queen Nidus all-in. This could be a Dropper based all-in with a German taxi instead. I'm curious what exactly this fast lair is going to lead into. I'm mostly leading towards either Nidus or Dropper Lords. I mean, if it was Dropper Lords, we'd have Overlord speed. So, Nidus? Question mark? As Oracles, they hit the 3rd, 4, 5 drones going down. Oh my, 6 drone kills. He's not done. Calm down. 8 drones. 8 drones do fall. Massive pickoffs. Extra gas is being taken. And the lair is soon to finish. Eva is redroning. Eva's resaturating, getting an Evo chamber. It looks like it is not going to be an all-in. Is Eva rushing into Hydras? That would be the other option. Curious. The lair is now done. Yep, there it is. Okay, so it's going to be a Hydra rush here out of Eba. A very early Hydras, but it ends up saying Shade into the natural. Lynx are in position. They will eventually shut this down. But good movement here by Cristiano. Gets behind the mineral line. 3 drones go down. Oh! Gets 3, gets 4. Gets 4, gets 5 drone kills. Shades into the main. He's not done! Oh my god, so many workers falling. Eba getting pulled apart. The oracles, you'd have to say, pop off. And I'm afraid to look, but in total, 16 drone kills. 16 workers go down. That's an entire mineral line worth of workers falling. And Cristiano, he still is not done. He still has 2 oracles up and running. He scouts, he confirms the Hydra Den. He is fully aware of what's going on. And behind this, Cristiano is embracing Charge Lot Archon, which is going to be more ideal against Ling Hydra. The gateway explosion is upon us. Charge is on the way. I see in the chat. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Siema. Cristiano is still just rotating in. Does bypass the queens. 3 more drones go down. At the same time, Eba, he hits the 3rd, but then we have Archons in position. Zealots as well are banking up. They're building up even. And all these gateways, they're about to kick in. And here comes the move out. It doesn't look like much yet, but wait for the warp in. Wait for all the... How many gates exactly? 6. Sorry, 8. 8 gateways here for Cristiano. Does reinforce with more Zealots, with more Archons. And again, there's no Roach Ravager to defend. It's only Ling Hydra, a very fragile army. And it's vulnerable to these kind of attacks, these kind of move-outs. Especially without Banelings. Or Lurkers. There we go. Cristiano, he has arrived. He spots the army. Charge kicks in just in time. Yeah, and now Cristiano, he can chase this down, gets on top of the queens one after the other. Hydra's kiting back, stutter stepping as best they can. They will barely get away, but reinforcements are kicking in. And Hydra's are falling. Expensive losses here for Eba. The queens get surrounded. And GG gets called. Cristiano will take game number 1. GG. Cristiano will take a lead. Again, it was just really unfortunate that Eba had happened to be skipping roaches and going to Ling Hydra, but even before that, the amount of harassment was just far too much. The Oracle harass, the Adept harass, again, 16 drones. I say 16, it was 19 if you remember. There were 3 more drones going down afterwards, but 19 drone kills was just far too much damage. That was critical damage dealt, and it set Cristiano up for success without follow-up push, as you cripple the economy, and that meant that the army was that much less there for Eba. He had that much less to work with. GG, well played. A very solid game there by Cristiano, and we'll see if Eba can bounce back and force the ace match. I know he can, but I do hope that he can kind of reset a little bit. Eba, he can be a very emotional player, especially against Protoss. He definitely has been very vocal about this matchup. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our red Polish Protoss player, representing Clan SWS, 1 game away from the Grand Finals. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player, representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the UK. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Eba. Eba. Let's go. But now going Hatch Gas Pull. I do think that it's really risky rushing into Hydras the way that he did against Cristiano especially. I mentioned before at the start of the game how Cristiano, he's known for that kind of composition, for going Charged Archon Immortal. It's kind of like it's kind of like his calling card. It's his style, I should emphasize. What he's known for. It doesn't mean he's going to do it every game, but it is something that he relies upon quite a bit. So it can be very risky trying to rush into Hydras like that. But even before that, as we mentioned before, it comes down to the early game defense and the early game control. It comes down to actually getting into the mid game in a solid economic position. We'll see if Eba can tighten up, as Eba did go for something very interesting. He went for a 15-15. 15 hatchery into an earlier spawning pool. This is a gasless opener. Now, the purpose of this build is it's quite safe. Interesting. It's quite a safe opener. It allows you to get into early queens and early lings. It does mean that you get an early expansion as well. It isn't denied. It isn't delayed by a pylon block. So Eba can drone up quite nicely. The downside is the lack of gas, as Eba is mining through those minerals early on. I'm curious if this is just for a third base or he plans to do something a little bit different. But it should just be to expand and take the triangular third. Meanwhile, the probe is on patrol. Eba mining through those patches, now has access to his own third base. And still, no gas. No gas out of Eba. Very greedy here. The downside, again, no ling speed. Because there's no gas, there's no ling speed, which means adepts can have an easier time bouncing in between the bases. On the flip side, though, Eba has earlier queen production because of the earlier spawning pool. So the queen count is going to build up real quick. And it's going to be on Eba to defend with mainly queen and slowly. We'll see if he can. Bread and butter. Pecoeta. Making me hungry. Aye. But yes. As now the first gases are on the way. Adepts will threaten the shade. So far, Eba is keeping up. And Adepts say will commit. Already getting one drone. One worker goes down. But it looks like they shouldn't get much more than that. And so far, so good. Eba will shut down the first Adept. We'll get on top of the second Adept as well. Just losing one drone. And Eba up. Oh, bleeds out a second drone. 2 for 2. 2 Adepts to 2 workers. I would say a slightly better trade for Eba. But it's not over. First Oracle has arrived. And Cristiano, he's actually staying on 2 bases. Oh. Cristiano, he delays his second and third Oracle in favor of a Robo and a Twilight Council. Now, it looks like Cristiano, he doesn't have to go all in. He can still expand behind this, but very committed nonetheless. Very aggressive here by Cristiano. I imagine going into early Immortal production with charge lots. This feels like 2 base Immortal charge lots, but we'll see. Just a very aggressive response. Could go into Glaive Adepts, true. He does have extra gas geysers. Could go into Glaives. What's it going to be? What do you have for us? What do you got? No Immortals are being produced, just the Robo. Yeah, it's going to be the Warp Prism. Warp Prism's on the way. Adepts are amassing. Oh, and it is not Glaives. It is going to be Archons into charge lots. Oh boy. I'm curious if Cristiano is only going to harass with the Archons or if he's going to warp in slow lots to reinforce. Like, I'm curious with like how aggressive he wants to be with this. Prism moves out. Third base is on the way. He will soon be able to warp in those High Templar. Nice surround on the Oracle. This time Eba is going into Roach production. The Roach Worm was scouted by the Oracle. So I do favor Eba a little bit more here in the mid game compared to the last game, where he will be working with Roach Ravager instead. Lings, they hit the third and they should force a cancel. Archons force back. The Lings, they get a surround. And the expansion is going to be cancelled. There's no saving it. Not this time. And the Queens are waddling in. Eba, he's not stopping. Maybe he should though. Maybe. Maybe he should take a breath. One Queen falls. The Queen's off of creep. They can't transfuse. Second Queen goes down. Oh, and can he get a third? Barely not. Eba will hold. Roaches are amassing. Behind this, likewise, Cristiano rebuilding his third, getting into his own charge slots, into Immortal production as well. I say charge lots. Charge has not been researched, not yet. Support our +1. Cristiano is just trying to stabilize, trying to fortify himself on 3 bases. Still being active with those Archons. Still only 2 queens. Eba reinforcing with roaches. Again, we're in a really awkward kind of game state because Eba is right next to the third base of Cristiano. Even trying to expand towards him. For a moment at least. For a moment. So a very aggressive stance by Eba. Now takes a 4th. He's on 3-base saturation. Archon rotating around. And Cristiano, he should get eyes on the 4th expansion. Going for an Archon. Yeah, spots the base. I shouldn't be able to delay. Shouldn't be able to deny it. Eba is holding, double expanding towards his opponent. And can Cristiano, I think he can punish this. As he's building up a greater immortal army. More immortals on the way, Storm as well. We spoke about it in game 1, but again, like Shajal, Archon, Immortal Storm. That's what Cristiano really thrives on. As he's building up a death bull of an army. Now Eba can trade against this. And he's going to have to. Ideally, you do want to engage ahead of time and pick off an Archon here and there, pick off an Immortal here and there. Eba's knocking down those rocks. Pushing up the ramp. Where are the force fields? A little bit late. Files won't quite connect. Cristiano forced to overcharge, bit of an overreaction. Zelte busts into the main, delaying reinforcements. And the overcharge does now run out. And we're running out of force fields. Eba, he can pull this off. Peeling off some roaches, hitting the natural. Cristiano will have to respond. Zealots into the main. Not enough zealots. Cybercore goes down. Gateways as well. Oh. Is Cristiano unable to catch the army? Does keep some immortals in position. Ooh. Nice storm. And so far, so good. Cristiano, he's holding on. Does accidentally overextend. And roaches are coming in for a surround. A massive flank here from Eba. Shield battery goes down. No backup shield battery behind this. Decent storms, but the immortals are exposed. And Cristiano, he has to back up. Ooh, files connect. More immortals coming in. But this is just an awkward engagement here for Cristiano. And Eba, he's pulling him apart. It looks like Eba should barely have enough to break through. Ooh, Prism goes down. The War Prism falls. Eba, he does have to pull back for a moment. Just reinforcing, consolidating his army. There's 3 immortals left. No shield batteries. Oh my god. Almost pure immortal. That's a lot of immortals. 3 immortals left. Cristiano, he's holding. He's barely holding on. Now what's terrifying is the worker count. 70 probes here for Cristiano. I mean, he is oversaturated. True, he is oversaturated. But Eba's on 48. Eba is all in. He's completely all in. He's on like 2-base economy. Like it's barely an economy. Eba, he has to end the game with this. He has to end the game here and now. Ugh, but the immortal count's getting higher. Roaches are falling. Shield battery's almost done. Takes down the Archon. Nice pickup. But there's the overcharge. Overcharge pops off, keeps the Archon alive, and Cristiano, he holds. GG gets called. Cristiano, he barely survives the all-in, and Cristiano will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cristiano as he will survive. I thought Eba had done it. I thought that he had broken Cristiano. He was pulling him apart. There was a moment where Eba was overwhelming the army at the third as he was breaking on through, as he was getting a surround on some of those immortals. But somehow, some way, with 5 Immortals and a Dream, Cristiano, he barely held on. Even without the shield battery, he was able to fend off Eba. Remember, Eba, he was on 48 workers. He was completely all in. There was no turning back. There was no more sustain or no other tech behind it. And Eba barely didn't have enough. GG, well played. And congratulations, Cristiano, he advances on to the Grand Finals. And now we have our top 2 players of the week. We have our top 2. We have our 2 Polish Protoss players. It's going to be a PvP between Cristiano and Art. Let's go. Let us go. We are getting ready here for that best of 5 Grand Finals. Our players just need a moment here to get their vetoes underway. Yeah, a PvP in more ways than one. Let's go. Protoss versus Protoss, Polish versus Polish, pink versus purple, maybe. We'll see. We shall see. But as I mentioned before, Cristiano is still coming in as the favorite player. Cristiano, he has the most wins under his belt in the history of Sparkling Tuna Cup. But I mentioned before that Art, he does kind of float under the radar, even though we give a lot of limelight to players like Mana or players like Geralt when it comes to other Polish Protoss players. Art is also one that can pose a threat to these top players. Again, Art, he's not as active as the other Polish Protosses. He doesn't play in as many online tournaments, but he still, whatever he does make a deep run. As we're seeing here tonight, Art made it all the way to the Grand Finals, and I do expect a back and forth here. I don't expect a 3-0. I'll be very surprised and very impressed if it's a 3-0 in either direction. I expect a more dynamic series between these 2 Protoss players, but we'll see. We shall see. But before I get ahead of myself, I almost forgot. It is time for La Rifa, papi. Let's go. What does that mean? It's time for me to get my gamba going, as one of these amazing players is going to walk away with 5 extra USD. Let's go. It is time for the random raffle. Now, this week we have 17. We have 17 eligible players. And one of them walks away with 5 extra USD. Again, it's not a lot. It's not a lot of money, but it's a nice way to kind of spread the love here. All the players do have an even chance at taking it. Oh, I should also update the bracket. My apologies. There we go. Okay. And we have our 17 players. We have our 2 finalists, of course. We have our top 2, and again, all players are equally eligible. The only caveat is that you have to have played your series. If a player signed up and checked in, but if a player did not actually play out their matches and there was a forfeit, then they will be ineligible for the raffle. Outside of that, even chance, papi. Even chance. Just looking to set things up. And okay, from the top we have... Huh, beautiful. Oh, that's actually last night's. That has not updated. That is last night's random raffle. Hold on. Let's refresh. Can I... There we go. There we go. So last night, Battle Pants, he won the raffle for Sea Duckling Open. But tonight, we have the Tuna Cup. We have the Tuna Cup. And this week, our random raffle champion for Sparkling Tuna Cup number 67 is... Oh. As, hold on, I will have to try to fix this up. Oh, there we go. Congratulations, as this week it is Dave Latos. Dave Latos, the Swedish Zerg player. Dave Latos has actually been competing for quite some time. And yeah, this week he did sign up as well. Let's actually have a look here. He got knocked out in, I believe, the first round. He went down to Art. Art took him down 2-0 in the round of 16. And despite going down to the first round, walks away with 5 USD, Papi. Let's go. Shout out to the runner-ups. We had Rostov, we had Hormono, we had Arts, Lochka. Runner-ups don't really mean anything. They're just there. Just barely didn't quite walk away with that prize money. But congratulations to Dave Latos. Congratulations, Papi. Congratulations. A very passionate fan of StarCraft. It does often show up in the chat. It does often play in these tournaments, even when they're not at the best time zone for him. And he's more of an amateur player as well. So congratulations. Congratulations. I just I'm not gonna say exactly what happened, so I just told the players who won, and Art just cursed. He's like, God damn it. Why did I beat him? Aye. Hashtag rigged in the chat. As always. Hashtag rigged. But now we're ready for the grand finals. Now we are ready. Let's go. As we have Cristiano and Art setting up. Looks like the vetoes are done. And we're getting ready for our PvP. Dave Latos, the legend, exactly. Just catching him in the chat. Protoss is all I have to say. Oh, Este Eva. Less than 3, Papi. Less than 3. You played well, Papi. You played well. To make it to the semis. Played well. That one was also rigged. Yeah, they're all rigged, Papi. They're all rigged. Let's go. But it looks like our players just need, they need some time. They do need a moment. And you can hear the beeps. We have our 2 players here. We have our 2 Polish Protoss players. And only one of them will be our champion. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5. Not a best of 3, a best of 5 grand finals. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is, Papi. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be our champion this week. Will it be one Polish Protoss player or the other? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Polish Protoss player. Representing Clan SWS, it is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Polish Protoss player. He's got his alliteration on point for the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. He's pink, he's Polish, he's Protoss, and he's Platinum. He's everything. He's all the P's. Ah, it's beautiful. Okay, Cristiano. Where's the purple? Why are we red? Shaking my head. Here we go. We are setting up. We've been avoiding the PvPs so far in the tournament, but now we will embrace them here in the finals. Shout out to the Tuna, of course. For those that are curious who want to help support the tournament, the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. And you will get a link to the Patreon page to help fund the tournament, to help fund and boost the prize pool for all future Sparkling Tunas. Not just Sparkling Tuna Cup, but also Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open as well. All of our tournaments are funded via Patreon. Likewise, !Matcherino in the chat. There is a Matcherino page as well. Patreon is to boost the prize pool of the tournament series. Matcherino is specifically for this weekly. For this tournament, if you want to help to boost the prize pool for Sparkling Tuna Cup number 67, you can do so via the Matcherino page if you wish. Otherwise, we're jumping in. Cristiano going for a fake proxy pylon. Does throw down his second pylon hidden here towards the north. Likewise, so does Art. So both players being cheeky with their pylon locations. The difference though is that Art has kept his probe around. Does keep the probe, which means Art he can commit to a proxy Stargate. I'm assuming Stargate, as it is hidden here on the right hand side. A little bit closer by air. What's it going to be? Back at home, double adept opener. Still leading towards Stargate. Probe does confirm the pylon is missing. Ooh. Twilight Council. Okay. Okay. I see you. Twilight Council has been placed. Bearing in mind as well that Art actually threw down a third pylon earlier on. This is inefficient. It means that Art he had oversupply, but it does make it look like he's not proxying. It does hide the build that much more. So this was inefficient by Art to throw down the pylon as quickly as he did, but it does mean that, I mean, Cristiano, he doesn't know. He expands. Cristiano, he does expand, and this should be for the Dark Shrine. There it is. Dark Shrine has been placed. Art, he's rushing into DTs, and the game might just be over. It might just end. If Cristiano does not throw down a robo, if there's no robo for Cristiano, it's over. The game will end. This does happen from time to time. We've seen Max Packs just insta-die to this. We've seen Hero insta-die to this as well. It happens to the best Protoss players in the world. Ooh, but there it is. Robo has been placed. Okay. So Cristiano is not being too greedy. Again, there are some players that delay the Robo. They go for a Twilight Council. They go for a third base. They go for an extra gateway. It is not uncommon to skip or delay the Robo a little bit longer. Thankfully, he does have it. So the game won't just end. We're going to have it back and forth. Adepts, they threaten a shade. They shade into the main. Don't commit. But I believe Art may have spotted the Robo. Well, not quite. Blink is on the way. Dark Shrine about to finish up. Adepts, they will once again threaten a shade. Do they get eyes on the main army? Mass Stalker Sentry. Art's going for a delayed expansion. Cristiano will have the better economy. Has more efficient mining here at the natural. Robo is on the way. Sorry, Robo's done. Immortal's on the way. It's going to be Immortal first, but for Cristiano. No detection yet. Uh-oh. No detection. No observer. DTs are waddling in. And they're now spotted. They're now scattered. They're slipping into the mineral lines. Probes are going to be going down. No detection. Going for the sentries. The observer does begin. 2 sentries fall. They're going for the 3rd sentry. Nice force field. Looking down that DT at the same time. DT wreaking havoc here at the natural. But the observer pops out. Again, thankfully, there is an observer. Cristiano will survive this, but will bleed out 4 workers and 2 sentries. 4 probes and 2 sentries go down. Art backs off behind this, finishing up Blink. Art will have the more mobile army. Meanwhile, Cristiano is going to be building up Immortals. Building up Immortals, taking a 3rd base. Will be expanding, and so is Art. So the game will continue. Because of all the early economic damage, Art is ahead in workers. He's up in probes. So Art does have the slightly better economy. The difference being, of course, is that Art has Mass Blink Stalker and Cristiano does not. He's going to be relying quite heavily here on his Immortals. Cristiano will be the defender. He's going to be the more defensive, more passive player here. Art will have map control with Blink Stalkers. He can try to threaten the 3rd base. He can threaten a Blink into the main. He can poke around and make use of his more maneuverable army. He does push. Art does push. Back at home, shield batteries on the way. Cristiano did miss the move out, does spot the expansion. Shield battery, that's a kill, not a cancel. Kill on the shield battery. Art will get away. That was match to blink away. Both players backing up. It was a nice little pickoff. I mean, RT got a shield battery, but not much else. Not yet. At the same time, Cristiano, he shades into the mineral line. 3 probe kills. Honestly, really necessary damage. Remember, in the early game, RT was able to get an economic lead by killing more probes. Now Cristiano, he does bounce back, getting up to 3 Immortals. Again, it's Art that's kind of testing the defenses of Cristiano. So far, Cristiano is holding. Again, he's going to be stuck at home for a little bit longer. As a result, Art could take a 4th, could take another expansion, or even take up an Art. He's going to be the first to rush into Disruptors. The Bay is on the way. Disruptor Productions on the horizon here for Art. Very similar to how Geralt plays. If you've been watching the past year, then you'd know that Geralt in PvP is quite fond of rushing into disruptors in PvP as often as possible. As quickly as possible, even. It's quite risky, but it does give the disrupting player just a big advantage in the mid-game. Ooh, as 7 probes go down. We're not done. He's not done! 10 probe kills. 11. 12. Calm down. Cristiano. 12 probes for 2 adepts. And on top of that, 4th base. 4th base is on the way. No 4th in sight for Art. Not yet. So Cristiano taking a massive economic lead. And my apologies. I assumed it was going to be Disruptor. It's going to be Colossus. Into Disruptor, I imagine, but Colossus first. Okay, Art. Let's go. Skillus, is that you? He's making 2 Colossus at a time with a second Robo. Now, Colossus, they do have their place in PvP. They do quite well in gateway battles against, like, Stalkers, against Zealots. They do struggle against Disruptors if Cristiano were to head in that direction. But isn't there yet. As Cristiano, he does come in for the surround, forcing the blink. Art backs off, and finally, after so long, Cristiano, he breaks out. He breaks out of his contain. He's been defending the entire game, and now it's time for Cristiano to attack. He's got the Warp Prism, he's got Charge, got Mass Immortal Archon. Art will have 2 Colossus to defend, and a Wall of Stack defense. Disruptor production has begun. But is it enough? I mean, Colossus can do quite well here against Mass Charge Lord. There's a lot of Zealots. Nice Sim City with the cannons. And Cristiano, he does committee, Sarge steps forward. Overcharge gets popped, shield battery goes down instantly. And we're trying to get on top of those Colossus. Nova goes off, doesn't connect. And Disruptor goes down. It looks like Cristiano, he has too much. He breaks the 3rd base. What about the DTs? No detection? No shot, no detection. The DTs hold. Art, he survives. Yo, if it wasn't for the DTs, it would have been over. It would have been over then and there. Cristiano would have had too much. Archon goes down. Observer is on the way. And Art holds. Art, he barely holds on. Cristiano, he doesn't want to back off. He wants to keep going. Observer still on the way. Archon goes down. The Colossus there, you get so much damage done on these Zealots. So much splash damage. Immortals are trying to stutter step forward, trying to get on top of those Colossus. More Zealots on the way. Ooh, Archon barely survives. And again, they're going for the Colossus. 1 Colossus goes down. There's 1 left. Gets an Immortal. Gets 2 Immortals even. 2 Immortals go down. It's still such a very close fight, but once again, Art, he barely holds. Forces back the army. 1 Immortal left. Art, he's holding on. Gets another Colossus. Cristiano reinforcing. Doesn't want to back off. Blink is almost done. And Cristiano, he confirms there's no expansion. He confirms there is no 4th base. He still has a greater economy here. Cristiano doesn't have to be all in. I mean, kind of. It's one of those things where Art has better tech, building up Colossus and Disruptors. He's getting up to 4 Colossus. That's crazy. A 4th Colossus on the way. Just mass Colossus in PvP. Let's go. I mean, it's kind of working. We mentioned before that Colossus against specifically a gateway army, Colossus do well. And Art is holding on. Zalsa hit the 4th. Trying to drag the army out of position. Cristiano, he does spot this with the Observer. He wants a Colossus. Oh, blinks in. Goes for the dive, gets the Archon. Ooh, the Colossus barely survives. 1 more volley away from going down. Jeez, that's 3 Colossus. Gets 1. Cristiano does snipe the 1 Colossus. He wants the other 2. Doesn't quite get them. Still in 3 Colossi. Cristiano rotating around. Will deny the expansion. Will deny the 4th. Still heavily reliant here on Mass Zealots. Does threaten the dive, but we have the overcharge. Art is holding. buying time, building up more immortals. At this point, Cristiano has to calm down. Yeah, now we have more gases. More gases being taken. Second Robo's on the way. Cristiano, he now realizes he cannot kill Art. It's not going to happen. And Cristiano, he has to tech. He has to tech up. There we go. Bay is on the way for his own disruptors. And now it's about containing. And you can definitely argue that this transition, this realization from Cristiano, it's late. It's a late reaction here. Now getting up to 3 Robos. Zelt's into the mineral line. Likewise, Zelt's harassing as well across the map. Probes are going down.
They're attacking your probe. Watch your mineral line.
Cristiano, he's a diva enjoyer. God damn it. And Cristiano, he doesn't see the 4th. He does not spot the 4th base. He has.
Are under attack.
God damn it. But he sees that there is no expansion here towards the left, but he doesn't spot the base on the right. He doesn't know. If he did, he would deny this 100%. Ooh, diving in. Doesn't quite get the Colossus. Now he does spot. Now he does confirm. And Cristiano, he has eyes on the main base. On the 4th. Stalker's poking in. He's going for the Nexus. That's a bold pickup. Can he get it? Oh, he barely can. One more volley. What about he barely does? Nexus goes down. Doesn't deny the 4th, but he does kill the 3rd. Alas, Art, he's holding on. Zealous, they crash in. They get a surround here on the first Archon. Nice juggling here by Art. Well, the Colossus taking a lot of hits. One Colossus goes down. Massive pickup. Colossus falls. Likewise, Stalkers, they escape towards the left-hand side. Cristiano gets away, and GG gets called. Too many losses here for Art, and Cristiano, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Very, very tense game. Cristiano, towards the end, he sniped the 3rd base, and he sniped the Colossus as well. Just too many losses. Cristiano behind it. He had the better economy. He had his 3 Robos up and running, and Art taps out. He was broken in the end. GG, well played. What a game 1. What a game 1. GG. Oh my god. And that was only game 1. Bearing in mind, this is a best of 5 grand finals. This can still go either way. It was very chaotic. Cristiano's so committed. He invested quite heavily into breaking the 3rd base, but he barely did not. Art able to get away with that. Able to get away with his Mass Colossus. But unfortunately, Art was unable to expand and take a 4th base. He was unable to really stabilize and get a 4th up and running and build up from there. He was pulled apart. Eventually. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Now we're jumping into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have the red Polish Protoss player leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Polish Protoss player, the pink Polish Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, but looking to bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Art. We'll see if he can tie this up. Again, a very explosive game 1. If you recall, he started off with Proxy Dark Shrine, into a fast pay, into double Colossus production of all things, and it was actually working quite well. It was crazy. Art, he was holding, he was defending. But alas, he was also contained, and he just could not take a 4th base, he could not expand. And when he did, when he tried, he was kind of spread thin. But we'll see how we approach game 2. The diva enjoyers. They strike when you least expect it. You know, I just want to like calmly just check their vision to see what they're doing, to see what they're up to. And then suddenly diva. God damn it. Not like this. RT's got the, I almost said JYP, the Castro Park. He's got the Castro Park announcer. Let's go. I can't remember who. Fun fact, I always use, forever, since the beginning, since it was first released, I always use the Total Biscuit caster, or Total Biscuit announcer. There's only been one other player with a Total Biscuit announcer as well. I think was it Zaun? No, it wasn't Zaun. But there's one other. In our history of casting StarCraft for like 6 years, only one. Crazy. As Cristiano, he does wall in those probes. Very cheeky move. Is well worth it. It's going to cost him the pylon, but just like that, 2 probes are just not doing any mining whatsoever. Not just 2 probes, but also the mineral patch as well. It's not properly being mined from. So a very cheeky move here by Cristiano, locking down those workers. Behind this, getting a faster expansion, does have the better economy. As Art is now finally expanding. Behind this, Cristiano just opening up double sentry, even triple sentry. With this, Cristiano is going to have plenty of hallucinations, plenty of scouting. Hallucination dives in, and Cristiano, he will get eyes on the tech of choice. He will get eyes on the Twilight Council. So Cristiano, he is aware. He is aware of what's going on. Behind this, Cristiano once again taking a more defensive stance. Once again, it's going to be a robo opener. Very safe play by Cristiano. What does this mean? This means early Immortal production, early Observer production as well. So if it was a DT opener, then Observers will be available. But more importantly, Immortals. So just like the previous game, early on, Cristiano is going to be the defender. He's going to be lacking Blink instead of his opponent, and Cristiano's going to be stuck at home defending on 3 bases until he eventually breaks out with Charge Lot, Immortal Archon. So it is the same setup as Game 1. And just like Game 1, Art will have Blink over his opponent. So Art will have a more mobile army. Art can threaten and dive into the main, can pick off some key units, can try to outcontrol and outposition Cristiano. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he goes into Mass Colossus again. I doubt it, but it's possible. Wasn't the worst idea. Arch going for hallucination. Moving out. Does get eyes on the 3rd. Likewise, Art taking his own hallucination will also confirm as well. So both players are expanding, both players taking their 3rd bases. Cristiano building up more Immortals. Art even getting a proxy hero across the map as well. Throws down the gateway. So we can reinforce, we can harass with Adepts, with Stalkers. See what Art can get done. Meanwhile, Cristiano, he is in position. He's ready here at the 3rd. Hallucination does confirm the location of the army. Art is aware. Art poking in. Oh! He's going to be zoned away. At the same time as the main army is distracted, Art, he does slip in with 2 Adepts. And they shit into the natural. Probes are going to be going down. Getting 3, getting 4 probe kills at the same time. Art, he hits the 3rd, and Cristiano, he is being pulled apart. 4 probe kills, shield battery, 2 zealots, even forcing the recall. Oh my god. Getting another sentry. Yeah, Art just pulling Cristiano apart, gets sentries, gets zealots, gets another immortal as well. Massive pickups. Art will defend, but these are some big losses here for the Red Protoss player. 7 probe kills. And Art, he just keeps going in. Has just been unrelenting, just keeping Cristiano on the back foot, keeping him pinned back at home. And speaking of back at home, Art probing up, gateway explosion, Interesting. Okay, this time instead of going into Disruptors or into a Bay, into Colossus, Art is going into Charge. It's going to be Charge Lot to Archon instead. A much more standard unit composition for Art. Not being too fancy with further tech. Not this time. So Blink Stalker into Archons and Zealots. A more gateway heavy composition. Cristiano, he's headed in a similar direction. Except, of course, with less Stalkers. Charge is still on the way. Arch getting ready with a Zealot drop into the main. Is spotted by the probe. Cristiano might be somewhat aware, or he may not have noticed. Oh. And nothing in the main. Main base is exposed. Arch sharking around with those big stalkers. Charge is almost done in 5 seconds. Cristiano, he's moving out. As he moves out, Arch is going to be moving in. And does Cristiano have a defensive... Does he have a recall or a defensive warp in? What does he have available? As we're about to enter a base trade. Yeah, we're going full base trade here. Who recalls first? Zealous into the main. Defensive warp in. Cristiano, he hits the third. And Art, he hits the fourth. Bases are going down. Cristiano from here, does he chase the probes for the fourth base, or does he go for the natural? He's going for the natural instead. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. Zealots in the main are wreaking havoc. Art, he is slightly faster here in the base trade. He's in the main. And gateways are being depowered. No more reinforcements for Cristiano. Barely any. More Archons, more Zealots. Likewise, gateways are being depowered as well, denying +2. +2 is being denied. Probes getting recalled out. Zealots, they kill the natural, they kill the main. And there are probes that did escape. Cristiano, he recalled his workers to safety. Wait, not quite a recall. They just ran away. My apologies. I heard a recall, so I was looking for it. And if we don't have any workers, Art, he might just lose from elimination. Probes escape. Okay, probes, they do escape. Buildings are falling. Cristiano, he has money, he throws down the Nexus. He will kill all the buildings in the main. Likewise, so will Art. Cristiano still with an economy. And Art, he does have the money for a Nexus. He should be able to throw one down. There we go. Nexus here at the natural. Running dangerously low here on buildings. And it's going to come down to the main army. He's looking at the unit tab. Okay, we have 4 Immortals and 3 Archons for Cristiano. Cristiano does have the greater army. Does have a much larger main army here. In a head-to-head fight, I do favor Cristiano. Can Art bypass the main army and go for the Nexus? The armies, they do spot each other. Cristiano, he doesn't have enough money for another Nexus. Bear that in mind. The Prism! Oh my god. War Prism will escape. Cristiano does not have Blink. Blink for Cristiano. Art diving in. Ooh, I'm not so sure about this. He dives in, doesn't get the Prism. Zealots are going down, and Cristiano, he will completely shut down the army. GG, Cristiano takes game number 2. Whew. GG. I mean, it was an awkward base trade. Art was forced into it. I did like that he was hitting 2 bases at once at the start, but unfortunately his main army was never really able to contest against Cristiano. He didn't have the Immortals, didn't have the Archons, didn't really have what he needed. The best chance for Art there was to avoid the main fight, to avoid the army, and to try to skirt around and go for the Nexus. Instead, he committed. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano takes a 2-0 lead. Does take a 2-0 lead. And Cristiano, he is a 1 game away from taking the entire series. Meanwhile, the pressure is now on Art. And again, Cristiano, he's been quite successful with this style, just being more defensive, going Robo first into Immortal Archon, building up this robust army before moving out. Art did try to take a different approach, but and did end up in a base trade, I guess, but his army just didn't scale as well in a head-to-head fight. Here we go. We're now getting into game number 3. I see in the chat. I returned just in time for the crowning of the Tuna champion. True, true. I mean, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I said before that I was expecting this to be, you know, a more back and forth series, a game 4, a game 5. But the pressure is now on one of our players here, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our red Polish Protoss player, 1 game away from becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Polish Protoss player, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Let's go. We are settling in. And we have our PvP. And again, Cristiano, time and time again, he is going for the same build, for the same style. Initially more defensive, building up Immortals and Archons. And Art has been trying to mix it up, trying to break the defensive play of Cristiano. So far, unsuccessful. I mean, the last game was very chaotic, true. There was definitely a chance to win via the base trade. But Cristiano, he escaped. He had enough money for a Nexus. And he still had the better main army. Meanwhile, Art, where are we going? Art, he doesn't mind through a mineral patch towards the left-hand side. Interesting. Oh. You're going for a fake proxy pylon. Very interesting. Now, what's interesting to me, intriguing to me... Wait, what? Second pylon? As I was gonna say, I was curious if Art was gonna go for the pylon and then, like, reveal his probe and reveal that gold minerals have been mined and then try to, like, mind game his opponents and get into the mind of Cristiano. But he does keep the probe hidden, and I'm curious what the plan is going to be here. Third pylon gets placed for Art. Art opening up Stargate, keeping the probe hidden. Cristiano, he scouts. Yeah, he scouts, and he doesn't confirm. Doesn't quite check. Doesn't get eyes on the minerals or on the pylon. And Cristiano's in the dark. He does send out a second probe. He's looking for the proxy. He believes there is one. So nice mind games by Art. As a result, he forces some inefficient mining here out of Cristiano. A second probe out on the map. And back at home, Cristiano just opening up Sentry, going for the hallucination. We'll scout, we'll confirm what exactly is going on. We'll be able to confirm. The Asian gets eyes on the would-be probe, the would-be expansion. Doesn't get eyes on much, though does miss the tech. Uh-oh. And Cristiano's in the dark. He doesn't know he needs to defend the main base. Oracle is on the way. And Cristiano, he missed the tech. He missed the Stargate. Does have a shield battery. Does have a second shield battery at the natural. Oh. It looks like Cristiano is getting ready for an all-in. Little does he know that it's not. It's anything but. Oracle towards the main base. There's a shield battery protecting the production. Yeah, Cristiano with a massive misread. Yeah, there's a cancel. Doesn't need the shield battery. But does thankfully have 2 stalkers in position. Does have those 2 stalkers. Cristiano will defend. Will protect the natural. And from here we can just calm things down. Art is now expanding. Did invest into a second Oracle, so Art is looking for some damage. 2 Oracles can one-shot probes. But Cristiano is ready for them. Cristiano is in position. Likewise, unable to break through. Third base not being taken. Cristiano, he hasn't made an immortal yet, but a big reason for that is he was forced to warp in more stalkers. Forced to spend more gas. And that has delayed his immortals. As the Oracle does friend the natural, gets in, gets a probe. Gets two, gets almost three. 2 probe kills, not bad. Oracle on the right hand side. Threatening another dive. But this time Art is ready in the main. Stalkers are in position. The Oracle will escape. It takes a lot of hull damage. It takes a lot of hits. Barely slipping away. Does slip away. Oh. Burns the army once again. Blink Stalkers, they do head towards the third. Diving on in. He wants a shield battle. He wants the immortal. But the overcharge gets popped. The immortal survives. Not quite worth it here for Art. And did commit hard to this, bleeding out one of the oracles. Cristiano does hold. Art's getting ready for his own Adept harass. Adept towards the left. Main army towards the right. But Cristiano, he does spot the Adepts ahead of time. Cristiano, he does defend with a rare minimum. In the main as well. Takes out the Oracle. Final Oracle falls. And that does free up supply. That means these Stalkers are not necessary in the main. Not anymore. They can move out. Cristiano, he has eyes everywhere. Observer does spot the main army. Cristiano doesn't respond to it. Wait, what? There we go. A little bit late to respond, a little bit late to react. 4 probes go down, and Art will be able to escape. Does blink away. Well, Cristiano, a little bit asleep at the wheel there. But now taking it forward. Getting a 4th expansion. Behind this, we can see Art once again embracing a gateway heavy composition, going Blink Stalkers into Chargeable Archon. Cristiano doing the same. Once again, though, Cristiano, his advantage is going to be the Immortals. We'll have 3 Immortals in his main army. And the game is going to calm down. Both players are backing off, taking their 4th expansions, knocking down rocks. Cristiano is now moving out though. He now breaks free. He can reinforce with Mass Zealot. Oh. And hopefully we're okay. He does push in towards that 4th. Does force a cancel. Oh. There we go. Does deny the expansion. Denies the 4th base. Nice upper base here coming to Art. Arcane supply block. Now is not the time. Art is supply blocked, has shield batteries, does have an overcharge. But is it going to be enough? As Cristiano does spot the concave, he backs off, he wants none of it. Waits for more reinforcements. Art's going for a counterattack with those Stalkers. And Cristiano, he's committing. Art's coming in from behind, he can snipe that Prism. He's coming in for the War Prism. Reinforcements are denied. Massive pickoff. But what about the main army? The main army is still terrifying, even without reinforcements. The Immortals, they start at step 4. They take down the shield battery. Archons are exposed. Alright, he did get supply blocked earlier. Alas, Zealots are falling. Archons as well. Boys are being pulled into Archons. Not like this. And Cristiano is snowballing out of control. GG gets called, and Cristiano, he will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. All is right in the world. Cristiano, he's usually our champion. But over the past couple of weeks, he has been absent. Cristiano, he has been MIA. Other players have stepped up, players like Nightmare, Shin, alongside Byun as well. We've had a lot of Korean representation over the past couple of weeks, but not tonight. GG, well played. But yeah, not tonight. A lot of the Korean regulars that we've had are missing here. They weren't quite here. I'm referring to Shin, Byun, Nightmare, and Trap. Those are the 4 that usually do rock up for Sparkling Tuna Cup. In their absence, that is where Cristiano, he rises to the challenge. And I believe Cristiano did not drop a single map in the tournament. What a return to form here. Cristiano, he 2-0'd his first opponent in the round 16, 2-0'd Azura, 2-0'd Iba, and 3-0'd Art. Very impressive stuff. There's a reason why we say that Cristiano, I will place him as like top 4 Protoss in Europe at the moment. When I look at European Protoss players, I think of MaxPax, I think of Showtime, I think of Skillus, and then I think of Cristiano just behind them as well. I mean, there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of competition for that 4th place, whether it's Geralt, whether it's Hearthstone, whether it's Art as well. There's a lot of Protoss players in Europe. But Cristiano, he has been looking very strong this past year, and he's back. Welcome back, welcome back. GG, well played. Cristiano does take it in the end. And my condolences to Art. A lot of these games were quite close. You know, we had a base trade in game 2. Game 1, Art, he almost defended with a wild response going Mass Colossus, which was doing well, if you recall. It was actually doing quite well in game 1 until things very quickly went in favor of Cristiano when he pulled his opponent apart, when numbers were able to overwhelm and spread Art thin. But regardless, GG, well played. And a shout out to Art for making it to the finals and for making it into the money as well, as top 2 do get paid out. So congratulations here to both Cristiano and Art. Shout out to Dave Latos, as Dave Latos did actually win the random raffle earlier as well. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. And if you're in the chat, if you want to help support this tournament, if you want to see more Sparkling Tunas, and if you want to help boost the prize pool, you can do so via Patreon. Also, if you want replay packs, we do give them out to supporters on Patreon and to subscribers on Twitch. So if you're a Twitch subscriber or if you're a patron, then we do give out replay packs to all of them. We have a lot of replays. We got replays from tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, like Tenacious Turtle Tussle, like Hyper 1 events, Dave Tester events that we have permission to share. We do. Code for Giants Cup as well. There are a couple of events that we don't share replays of. We don't share replays of KSL. KSL have their own replay system with their own Patreon, so we don't want to step on their toes. So we don't share KSL replays. We don't share WTL replays because that's done via a different system. We do share Kung Fu Cup. So Kung Fu Cup, also big players like Cyril, Clem, Rainer. If you're interested in replays, if you are interested in wanting to play like some of these top players, then we got you covered, Pat. We got you covered with those replays if you're interested, or if you want to cast yourself. You know, you can have the games yourself, you can cast, you can study them, you can do what you will with them. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. We do appreciate the support. Shout out to all the raids that we got today. We had a lot of raids, a lot of people coming in and giving support to the Ducklings. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Do appreciate all the support. Shout out to all the subscribers we got today as well. Big shout out to all subscribers. Thank you. Thank you. Quack, Papi, quack. And if you want to tune into the next tournament, to the next cast here on the CranKy Ducklings, then we have you covered in less than 24 hours. In less than 12 hours, actually. Let me just double check. Our next cast is in 10 hours time. We're going to be live with the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. If you're curious, what is the turtle? Why is there a tuna? What's going on? All of our tournaments that we organize, we do have like a mascot. We have a mascot, we have an animal assigned to it. So we have the Sea Duckling open, we have the Master Swan open, we have the Grand Platypus open, we have the Tuna Cup, we have the Turtle Tussle as well. So we have a mascot for all of our tournaments. It's just what we do, Pappy. It's just, we don't want to be boring and dull like everyone else and just have like, I don't know, like a CranKy Duckling open or a CranKy Duckling weekly. Nah. We need an animal. That's just what we do. But if you're interested, Our next cast is in 10 hours. It is another open tournament. It is a much larger prize pool because there are specific sponsors for the Tenacious Total Tussle. It is a 150 USD prize pool, but very often we do get extra support and it goes up to 300 USD. So it is a much larger prize pool for the Tenacious Total Tussle. Because of that, we do get more regular, the Korean signups that I mentioned before, they regularly sign up for that tournament as well. Players like Byun, players like Shin, Trap, Zaun, Nightmare, and of course top Protoss and top European and top American players as well. Because it's in 10 hours, it is a better time zone or time slot for the Americas. Bear that in mind. Is a better time zone for American players, but that doesn't stop some DGen Europeans from signing up as well. So we do get European players that play until like 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning. They're animals. They're absolute animals, but they're passionate and they're dedicated. So much love to the European players that actually stay up to play in that tournament as well. Again, in 10 hours, we got you covered. We do have you covered. But with that, thank you for watching. With that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid who is live tonight. I do see that Wardy is covering, I think he's covering the OSC mid-season playoffs. Let's see, is there anyone else? If not, we will just raid Wardy and you can just enjoy some more StarCraft. Showtime is laddering. Oh, he's streaming Terran. Showtime is laddering Terran. Who else do we have? We have Middle VK. I think he's casting. No, I think he's also laddering as well. So just trying to get a read on who is streaming at the moment. Regardless, stick around and give whoever we raid a chance. Give them some love, give them some support. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys in 10 hours time for the Tenacious Total Tussle, or we'll see you guys in just under 24 hours tomorrow for the Wardy TV Monday. We're also going to be casting that on the channel as well. So we got you covered with plenty of StarCraft, as always, on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, if you want to help follow us, or if you want to be notified when we go live, !socials in the chat. !socials. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Duckling. We do post and upload VODs on a daily basis on our YouTube channel, so plenty of VODs on YouTube, and we also stream on YouTube as well. So we stream on both YouTube and on Twitch, so we are multi-streaming. We are restreaming even. So depending on what platform you prefer, YouTube is also available, or Twitch as well. Both are available. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for the rest of the broadcast. Until then, thanks so much for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.